We've been down on access my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. We've been down on access my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. We've been down. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. We've been down. Says my regular, I'm talking. We've been down. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. We've been down. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. We've been down. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better I
Good morning. Good morning. Let me take his ball. This up. Good morning, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Y'all let me know. Y'all already know the routine, hand. So I get this audio straight. Hey, Natasha. Y'all let me know how I'm sounding. Hopefully, prayerfully, I'm sounding okay. All right. Y'all let me know about the audio, and I'm gonna start the roll call so y'all can catch it. Okay. Y'all let me know. Let me know. Good. Thank you, E. Bruce. Thank you, girl. I be kind of weird behind it. Hey, Fawn. Hey, Miss Margie. Good morning, Melissa. Hey, Miss Shirley. Good to see you. Hey, my E. Bruce. Hey, Reggie. Hey, Miss Lynn. Hope you having a blessed, beautiful day too, Miss Lynn. Good morning, love, baby. Uh, let's see who else I got here. Uh, let's see. Hey, ask questions. Hey, Sanjia. Listening and driving. Be safe, girl. Be safe. Have a good day. Um, hey, Miss Ann. Hope you're having a marvelous day too, sweetheart. Let's see. Who else I got? My Natasha. Uh, let's see. Audio is great. Thank you, Miss Shirley. I've cheated on day 4. You know what, fun? I am done with you. Good morning, man. In the bushes. Okay. You heated. She done got heated, y'all. She done... Come on up, fun. Let me drop this link for my fun, B. Yes, girl. Yes. Happy Wednesday. Hey, Mika. Y'all come on in and hit that like button for your girl. Hit that like button for your girl. I am so proud of myself today. It's Wednesday. And so my schedule out, my own mental schedule out. You hear me? I'm doing good. I am doing good, good, good as far as I'm concerned. Good morning, come correct drive and be safe. Um, but yeah, we're here. Hey Trey. Y'all know how Trey do. Y'all know how Trey do. Hey Funberry.
Good morning,
Good morning, sweetie pie. Now what are you talking about?
child.
Thank you, Miss Shirley. Thank you, baby. I appreciate people that appreciate me. Good morning, my beautiful Miss Gloria. Good morning. Hey, baby love. Good morning. Fun. What I told you about. See, you know you got anger problems.
I
Oh, God.
don't have anger problems.
Hey, Snow Cold Girl. What is it for? What's the matter?
I have a problem with that defense attorney.
You are, in fact, an angry black woman, Fawn. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Don't start, Trey. Don't start early this morning. Don't start. Now, I've been keeping fun off your ass, but I'm going to let her loose.
I have to
Well,
be triggered.
correction. You're an angry mixed breed.
You know
Now you done
what?
called the letter of misery. You know what? Fun, get them. Get them fun. Hey, Melissa, girl. Get them fun.
Miss Fun.
Yes,
Miss
sir.
Fun.
Yes, sir.
Can you
Say good morning first before you start, because I'll never know what you're going to say. Tell Miss Fun good morning first.
good morning, Miss Fun.
Good morning, Tony.
Can you say something for me?
Oh, Lord.
What's that?
Can you say nothing? Just chilling.
No, just chilling.
And say nothing, just chilling.
Nothing, just chilling.
Why do you want her to say that?
Uh
Why do you want her to say that?
sometimes she get up there, she be talking like bro man.
She be like, bro, man.
Yo.
Fun sound like bro, man to you?
Yo.
Y'all,
She talking like slow move.
oh, that's what she be. Fun got several. She got several levels to her.
When she be fucking with the truth.
Yeah, when she be fucking with you. Yeah, she be trying to stay calm.
Oh, they be trying to peel back the layers.
They be trying to fuck with fun is what it is. Thank you, ask questions. They be trying to fuck with fun to get a reaction. That's what
Yeah,
she
they
got.
be trying to take me there. That's why I don't pay Money Boy or The Truth no attention.
Hey, Ace, I'm having a rough one. It's my daughter's 7th birthday. Your daughter's 7th birthday? What's the matter, Snow Cold? Uh, hey, D Truth. Y'all look at D Truth. D Truth thumbnail.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you can't blame us for you being mixed and having a chemical imbalance. That's not our fault.
Not a chemical imbalance.
Who he talking to? The Truth?
Nothing. Just chilling.
Why you come over here messing with? Why y'all messing with fun? My granddaughter's birthday. Oh, your
Hold on,
granddaughter.
y'all. Hold on. I gotta step outside to see which way the wind is blowing.
Okay, all right, then I understand. Snow Cone, we got you. We got you, beautiful. We got you today. We got
Make,
you, Snow
make,
Cone.
make sure you got that wig pinned down good.
Fun don't
Sorry,
wear no
sir. I
damn
don't wear
wig.
wigs.
You got her messed up. She
I
do
don't
not
wear
wear
wigs,
weed.
sir.
Yeah, let us know if the wind is blowing on the mixed side of you.
I just checked and it's blowing fuck around and find out.
Ooh, damn. Y'all better see. I be trying to keep fun out y'all. Hey, y'all better leave alone. Leave alone.
I'm already heated over this case, but let me tell you something. If you get through today, you're gonna have to start day 3.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try my best. I got it sped up just a bit. And we're gonna get him in. We're gonna get I got time today. I know that's right. We got time today. So let's get into it. Trey, did y'all want to say anything before we get started?
No,
Okay,
What
great.
is fuck around and find out equate to? What does that mean?
keep talking.
And then what? You gonna show us your mix?
Is that man's
You gonna show us some of that beige rage?
Not beige rage. Trey, shut the hell up.
Have
Just
I
be
ever
quiet.
said that I was mixed true?
Fine. You have not said
I'm
that.
just guessing you mix.
She's never said that. So why
You
why
be
why
yeah, cause she chimes in a lot when I say mixed people ain't black. So I'm assuming she black. I mean she mixed. Otherwise she wouldn't curse so much about mixed people not
well
being black.
yeah.
maybe
When
she
you're a
just has an
son, you come
opinion.
and ask.
If she could, but I just my opinion is she's mixed.
Ask questions, that's what I be trying to tell people. Trey is the little brother you love but never wanted. That's
That what the hell does that even mean?
Yes, the annoying little
the
brother.
annoying little brother. That's what he is. Come
It,
on,
it,
That
Edward.
you had but never wanted. That's kind of mean.
it means make sure there's really sugar on your cornflakes.
Like what the fuck did y'all want to be the only child or something? Selfish asses.
Oh goodness. So y'all remember before, when we was listening to this guy's testimony, the prosecution came in and asked the judge if she can bring in those last 2 witnesses because they had flown them in. So now we're back to him. Somebody ask questions to. I think she's behind in the chat. Somebody ask questions to catch up. So
Is somebody gonna wake him?
that man ain't sleep. He just looking down. That's just where I stop the screen. You know
See,
what?
if you cut your DVR off, you ain't gotta tell nobody to catch up. Everybody just be at the same spot.
I know, right? I need to do that too. I be thinking I gotta get it right. So you gotta help me. See, you get on my nerves. Anywho, so listen, we're gonna get back into this guy's testimony. I think he's like a police officer. We was listening to him when the prosecutor brought in the other 2 people. So
Yeah,
let's get
he's the detective.
yeah. So let's start, y'all. And y'all on the phone can stop me at any time. Let's listen. Oh, please make sure y'all hit the like button. Please be sure to hit the like button if you feel so inclined. Support the cash out. It is pinned at the top. Hey, Daily. Look at Miss Shirley telling me she thought the man was dead. On the stand, Miss Shirley. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, um, when we left off, when we left off with your testimony yesterday, we had finished watching the video out there by Kunal Implement to give us a perspective of what vegetation would look like in July in July of any given summer. Correct?
Correct.
Were there also still images that were collected that would give a perspective of what that area looked like there at the pond if you were to look down into that drive that would be that steep grade?
Yes, there was.
Okay, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's previously been marked as State's Exhibits 97-1 through 97-6. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And then I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 97-1 through 97-6 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize that group exhibit?
Oh, I was on mute. Y'all let me know if y'all understand what she's saying. Is that too fast for y'all? Can y'all catch what she's saying? Because I got to speed up like a notch. So if y'all can't understand, let me know in the chat.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
It is the area where the Skeletal remains of Breja Charles' body were recovered.
Okay. When were these photographs taken?
These were taken in July of this year, 2023.
Um, do these photographs simply provide a representation of what that area would have looked like when there was foliage on the trees and everything was in full bloom?
I believe it's similar.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time,
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish those?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, please describe what's depicted in State's Exhibit 97.1.
This exhibit is a photograph from the gravel road. Should I get my numbers right? 270th Avenue. This is the access driveway that drops down into the area around the pond from July of this year.
As we look at the photograph, where would the pond be located?
You can see just a little bit of the shadowing, but the pond is just here, pretty much in the center of the screen.
Okay. There is a large tree that is in the vicinity of where you have pointed to. Is that the tree that we saw in a previous diagram that would have essentially that circle drive that would go around the tree?
Yes, if you call your attention to this sort of fork in the road as you come down this driveway, there's slight pass off to the left and then to the right, and they do make a full circle around this area.
Okay. I've used the term driveway. Is that really a very apt description?
It's an entranceway of some kind. It is gravel and it's unfinished, and this is a fairly steep terrain.
Please describe what we are seeing in State's Exhibit 97.2.
So this is a view looking more towards it would be the northeast. So this is essentially near the pond down here at the bottom of the screen. And this is that loop driveway as you're going back out towards the entrance point.
Okay. When we look to the background where we see the trees and the foliage, is that where Breja's remains were found?
Yes, she was recovered in this general area up here where the pointer is in the screen.
Okay. And you had indicated, toward the north east side, if you were to continue north, would you be walking toward Kuhnau Implement?
Essentially, it's all in a curvature setting there, the way the property is laid out.
State's Exhibit 97.3.
.3 is an overview from a drone image that, again, we captured on July of this year, 2023. This is the same area as the last slide. You can see that entranceway, and the area where her remains were found are right in this general area.
Is this more of an aerial perspective in this image?
Yes, it is.
All right. State's Exhibit 97.4.
97.4 is a photograph showing the area of foliage in the same general area that we've been speaking of. And just in this area here where these weed trees are and this other foliage is the location where Breja's body was found.
97.5.
Again, it's a similar view of what we had just looked at in 97.4, just showing from the grassy area of that circle drive, looking into this vegetation.
97.6.
So this would be a view facing mostly west. You would still have the pond area out here in the middle of the screen, but off to the right-hand side of your screen here on this image, her body was over in this general area.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, just given the amount of vegetation in that area, if a body were disposed in the locations that you've identified, body.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, when law enforcement was called out to handle initially what was thought to be a missing child report, as the day developed, what steps were being taken when Breasia wasn't being located?
Steps that were initially taken involved some early cellular telephone records requests for the people that we knew involved within the circle of people of Breasia. Those records take some time to obtain, so those were done in fairly soon fashion. We organized with other resources, both human resources and technology tools, that included the use of drones. There was state aircraft involved, and throughout the days, the MedForce helicopter was utilized in certain areas.
What do you mean by a MedForce helicopter?
Our local medevac helicopter service offered their services with their helicopter to fly some of the areas.
Were press releases being issued by the Davenport Police Department to notify the public of Breasia's missing in the event that they could provide any potential leads?
Yes, there were multiple press releases made. Some of them included methods to self-organize search parties in groups of 30 or less. And then there were other organized search efforts in different locations depending on the day and the data that was driving the locations. So we used media and our public outreach tools to try to help organize those searches so that they were purposeful and had an organization to them.
Sure. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 105.
Hey, can I say something?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure, go ahead, Detroit. Hey, Miss Carla.
Okay, so understand something about some of these, what she's doing right here. She's trying to establish that this was a wooded area. It was highly dense, that even people passing by would not have been able to see her body laying there. Because some of the pictures they're showing show that there isn't that much foliage in the area. So she's trying to establish that the body wasn't moved there, and people could have easily saw it within the time frame that they found it. And then the second thing, whenever they move to search parties, large search parties, especially for older children, you're no longer looking for a child that's lost. An older child will know, hey, I need to, I'm lost. This is not like a huge park they're looking in. This was a neighborhood. They're looking for a body. They're not looking for a person. They're looking for a body when it comes to that. Children can get lost. I'm talking about 3, 4, even 5, even 6-year-olds will wander and not know any better. But when you're talking about 10, 11-year-olds, they have a little more sense. So these organized search parties are instructed to move brush, look under things, move things to look. You get what I'm saying? Can y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I said yeah, but I was on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So, that's what I say. Like 5, 6-year-old, we're looking for a lost child that could be anywhere. That could have wandered off and doesn't know to get to a path, doesn't know to follow a river, doesn't know that look for people. A child will do that. But when you're getting to the age of this child was 11, I think they said, they're looking for a body now. And they've instructed the people, because a organized search party deals with National Guard, deals with firemen, policemen, medical personnel are part of an organized search. And one of the things that they tell you is, hey, we don't want to alarm anyone, but we're possibly also looking for a body. So you need to do this, this, and this in your search efforts. And you need to check back with us so we can check it off as being searched. So I just wanted to put that in perspective because that's what she's doing. She's trying to set a pattern like you couldn't have normally just spotted this, that body could have been there since the day she disappeared and no one would have saw it.
Mm. Yeah. Because it took like, what? How long did it take to find her body from when she went missing?
9 months. 9 months.
9 months, yeah. That was a long time. Okay. Thank you, Be True.
May.
I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 105?
Exhibit 105 contains photographs that were issued in a press release sent out by the Davenport Police Department, providing our website that was dedicated to a missing child case, which for this, it was created for Breasia Terrell. In this picture, there were images that we wanted the public to notify us of in the event that they saw any of these things while this investigation was beginning.
Did it have a photograph of Breasia?
Yes.
Did it have any photographs of a subject of interest?
Yes.
Who was the subject of interest?
Henry Dinkins.
And did it have photographs of vehicles that were associated with Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it does.
How many?
3.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 105.
Exhibit 105 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may we publish this?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, as we look at State's Exhibit 105, has information been redacted from this particular press release?
Yes, there is.
Okay. All right. So this area on State's Exhibit 105, was there some type of information put out to the public to facilitate assistance?
Yes.
All right. That notwithstanding, how is this captioned at the top?
Just as it reads, a person of interest identified in a missing child case. Davenport Police asks anyone with information to call 911.
Okay. And then is the web address set up on this press release?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then just beyond that, then, do we have Breasia's photograph?
Yes.
How many photographs of Mr. Dinkins?
3.
Miss Tia, we're gonna send our prayers for your daughter, sweetie. I'm so sorry to hear that. But we'll be praying for you, honey. Thank you for support from the Bushes. We appreciate that. Thank you for letting us know. Be safe, okay? I'm also at the hospital with my brother. He has been diagnosed with cancer. Oh, Lord. Yeah, Miss Carla. We're praying for your family as well, Miss Carla. Thank you for stopping in and letting us know. Y'all please send our prayers for Miss Tia's daughter and for Miss Carla's brother, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. All right, y'all.
And then is there photographs for each vehicle associated with him?
Yes, there is.
Could you describe those vehicles for our written record?
Remember I mentioned that
The
RV?
lower left corner of.
Remember I mentioned there's an RV involved in this?
Yeah, you did. Now, where's that RV? Where was that RV at?
The RV was parked, I guess, I don't remember where they said, but they said it was parked not far from the crime scene.
Hey, Charlene.
They think that he was familiar with this place, very familiar with the area that he.
You mean the area of the apartments, or
no, of the crime scene? Let me.
Oh,
let
the
me,
crime scene.
Yeah, let me
Okay.
double check and see where the RV was parked. Go ahead and listen to some more.
Okay. Hey, Cold Pepsi. Hey, Slay Beautiful. I'm in the palm trees. Okay, sweetie. Thanks for dropping in. Thank y'all for the prayers for Miss Carla's brother and Miss Tia's daughter. I appreciate that, y'all. Thank you.
this image, there is a picture of the white motorhome, which was described as the residence for Henry Dinkins. In the middle, there is a maroon Chevy Impala, which was relayed to us as a vehicle operated by Henry Dinkins. And then to the far lower right, there is a black Chevy Camaro, which is identified as a vehicle also operated by Henry Dinkins.
Okay. Where was the RV located or stored at?
It was stored in the 700 block of South Schmidt Road in Davenport.
What relationship does that location have to the entry of Credit Island?
It's within probably 400 meters of Credit Island.
Told you.
Let me see, I'm getting that wrong, 7433 Jersey Meadows apartment number 8, and I may have that address wrong. The maroon Chevy Impala and the black Camaro, were those kept up there for their use?
They were kept at the 2744 East 53rd address at Jersey Meadows, yes.
Thank you for correcting me on that. And then as we look at these photographs of the vehicles, where are they located so we've got a perspective
At the time
that these photographs are being taken?
these photographs were taken, they are in a evidence processing area.
Had they
Hold
been
up,
seized?
Truth.
Yes,
Hold up,
Been a
Truth.
number of search warrants obtained for each of those vehicles.
yes, there was.
Were those search warrants executed?
Yes,
All right, and then was there?
Okay. You see the black Camaro right here?
Yeah.
Do you remember the body cam video when he was interviewing Dinkins at the apartment?
Yeah.
That black Camaro was parked right across, right, like on the right hand side of the video. You can see this black Camaro
Oh, really?
parked behind. Okay, so remember where the kid was standing, and we said he put his arm behind his back.
Hold
And
on,
you
I'm
were
gonna
like,
pull it up. Go
Yeah,
ahead, talk. I'm gonna pull it
look
up.
how he look at his posture. Look at what he's doing. He's got his arm behind his back. He's lying. Okay, if you look to the right of the kid, you'll see that Camaro. There's a white sticker on the side of that Camaro, and that Camaro is parked right there.
A white Camaro?
No, the black Camaro. I'm sorry, the
Oh, you
black
said
Camaro.
black. Okay.
The black
okay.
Camaro with a white sticker on the door.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay. I'm pulling up
The body cam.
yeah.
That sticker on the car almost made me think that was a security vehicle.
Oh wow. Okay. Let's go into okay. So you say we can see it when the sun comes out?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Uh-oh. Is that it right there?
Yes. See it? See that
Yeah.
sticker on the side of it? That's the car. That's the car that's in the impound.
My God, today.
And that, I think that could be a security, like a security symbol. Maybe that woman is a security guard, because I believe his car is the Impala. I don't know. Is that the Impala next to it?
Let me see if I can get closer. Hold on. Can you see it better? Let me see if I can get it closer. Because he ends up walking towards that way. All right, can you see it?
That, I think that is the Impala that's impounded.
It may
No,
be.
I don't think so. That it? That looks like it's black. His is maroon.
Oh yeah, his is maroon, the true.
Yeah. I don't think.
But
I
that's
don't think.
that. But that's that. What's that? Say Queen something on the hood.
Yeah,
Queen.
Queen, and then I don't know what the other side says.
Oh,
Yeah,
That
okay.
car
So
next to it looked
Concoretta.
like some type of Ford.
yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's a
Concoretta. That's a
Ford.
Ford SUV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now that it's closer. Yeah.
I don't see his other car, but this is actually the car that's impounded that they're
Wow.
showing
I
you
don't know
as
why
the
that looks
second
like a
vehicle.
Ford Focus or something.
Yeah, that's not it because his car is maroon, and he parked that somewhere else because they did find traces of blood in it.
Wow. Mm. Okay, let's go back to the. Let's go back to the. Mm, 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 mm. That's that car because it got that symbol on the side. That's that car. That is that car.
And there's the writing on the right hand side of the car.
Yep, that's that car. Okay.
There evidence that was seized from each of those vehicles?
Yes, there was.
Sergeant Spike Pfeiffer, speak to the weather conditions of July 9th in the evening and going into the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020.
The weather conditions were rainy and at times stormy.
Okay. Did that later become significant to the investigation?
Yes, it did.
And just to give us a brief perspective, why?
During the search of the maroon Chevy Impala, there was mud that was stuck to the undercarriage of the vehicle, and that mud was still there several days after the vehicle had been seized. And we know that the vehicle drove quite a bit during the daytime hours without rain on July 10th.
Okay. Let's go back to some earlier testimony that you had provided. You were describing basically what was being done in attempts to locate Breasia. Now, were there major canvasses done over a period of time?
Yes, there was.
On July 10th, we've discussed the canvas out in the area of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want you to speak to the issue of how far that extended beyond the area of the apartment complex and even that field behind the apartment complex to the north.
So that search, as you mentioned, extended to different areas around the 74 bridge. There's a area where there's a creek bed. We covered areas of field north of those apartment areas and several areas where there would have been any sort of tips that would have come in of any sightings of something to look for.
Okay. Did that extend out to the west on 53rd?
Towards the west, we went to Jersey Ridge area, Veterans Memorial Parkway area, and where Eastern Avenue and Veterans Memorial Parkway intersect, there is another area of open grass in land that is, I would call it, just unmowed. You get to Interstate 80 to the north.
And then on the south side of 53rd, beyond the businesses, is there residential neighborhoods to the south of that business district?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Were areas to the south as far as those neighborhoods and the residences canvassed?
There was, and additionally, the area of 53rd Street from heavy construction, those areas were all searched within that time frame to the point there was even a torrential storm during one of those events, and we actually had to rescue several of our officers out of some pretty serious storms in that particular area.
Okay. Did that include going to residences in those locations?
Yes.
What were officers doing when they would deploy into those neighborhoods?
They were looking for video surveillance cameras affixed to houses and walking around with the pictures and flyers and knocking on doors, asking anyone had they seen anything.
Did that develop any leads whatsoever? And don't speak to the issue of video surveillance feed, but just making contact with people who lived in the area.
We didn't find anybody that saw anything.
Okay. Sergeant Piper, I want to go back to State's Exhibit 38. Let's go ahead and let's put that back up here on the easel. I know it's going to be difficult to see, but can you give us a perspective just based on that map around the Jersey Meadow apartments? What areas would have been encompassed?
So where I have the pointer and you see the yellow dots is the general area around the apartments. And in the lower right-hand screen, you see a more blown up version of some of that concentrated area around the apartment complex.
Okay. Let's speak to the issue of video surveillance footage. Why were you looking for any
Look, make sure you look at the times
Video cameras will
they
oftentimes,
spotted his car.
any
What's that, Detroit?
Make sure you look at the times that they spotted his car on the 10th, the day she disappeared.
Right. Hey, Red Sunshine. Thank you, girl. Okay, so we need to pay attention to the times.
Yeah, when they show the picture of the board, each picture has a timestamp on it. And it says 0559, 05, 0 means AM.
Right.
They're using military time.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rambling. Good to see you.
any sort of movement, and they don't require any human interaction. And to help develop this theory that Breasia got up and walked away in the middle of the night, but with a time of uncertainty in our perspective at that moment. It is important for us to see, did any of the cameras in these residences around there, did they see this little girl walking around, which would presumably, in our opinion, be lost.
Okay.
Being in an area of unfamiliarity.
Based on canvases and based on video footage that was collected, was there anything to support the theory that Breasia just got up in the middle of the night and walked away?
No.
All right. Was there video surveillance footage that was collected that would help establish the movements of Henry Dinkins during the middle of the night of July 10th and even into the morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, there was.
All right. Now, let's talk about other canvases that you conducted on July 10th. What other areas did you do a canvass of?
The area of Credit Island was of interest.
Why?
On July 10th. We were provided information that Henry Dinkins was in the area of Credit Island with his son.
All right. So describe what you did in canvassing that area.
We assembled groups of officers and members of the public also assimilated in that area to do a walking search of Credit Island. And if you're unfamiliar with it, I can point it to the map here, but this area that is essentially in the middle of the Mississippi River down here in the lower left corner is truly an island with one causeway, driveway, bridge type of thing to access it. And the only other access point to it without a boat is a pedestrian bridge on the further south side of it that connects to the other southwest side of the city of Davenport. So those are the two ways to access Credit Island from
We all recognize where Credit Island is located, but what would be the main thoroughfare that runs along the Mississippi River on our southernmost border?
As far as a roadway,
Yeah.
It would be South Concord Street, follows the riverbed for the most part. And in the area where you enter Credit Island, it is actually River Drive.
All right. Yesterday, civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster had testified as having been sent down to that area for purposes of photographing footprints. That development was taking place.
I was not there for collecting footprints.
Were you aware of those footprints out there on Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anything beneficial that came of that canvas?
No.
Was Breasia found there?
No.
Okay. Was there an item, a clothing item or a shoe item that was found out there that created questions about whether or not it could have potentially been Breasia's?
Yes.
What was that item?
There was a flip-flop shoe.
Okay. And would that have been a topic of discussion in follow-up with Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, beyond that, how committed was the community in their efforts to try and locate Breasia?
It was the largest form of unsolicited support that I had seen in a couple decades of public service work ever.
All right. At any point in time down in the area of Credit Island, was there members of the public who were out and requested assistance because they thought they might have found something?
Yes, there was.
Describe that.
We encountered multiple phone calls to our 911 center that people had found different items of clothing they thought might have been relevant. We had a couple calls. One of them in particular was somebody called 911 and they were frantic, and they were on the phone saying that you just walked past us. You just walked past her. She's right there. She's in a tree. What are you doing? And this is just the frantic ramblings that I remember from those phone calls, and they made no sense. Our search parties were there when these calls were coming in. So there was a lot of calls brought into us, people saying they were mediums and psychics, and just a variety of things that we were unable to make contact with some sort of rational thought or solution.
Okay, and anytime a tip came in, did it develop anything of value related to Breasia Terrell and her being missing?
No.
Okay, speak to the issue of a well that members of the public had come across and had reached out to law enforcement about.
Throughout the course of this searching of Credit Island, I received a call that there were people using a fish finder device of some sort, and they had come across an abandoned well. I don't know what the well was or what it was for, but it was full of water, and this fisherman had thought that he had seen something that resembled a face by utilizing his sonar equipment. So plans were devised at that time with our partners from the Davenport Fire Department to bring some equipment down there to pump the water out of that well and try to determine if that was Breasia.
What were the findings?
There was nothing found in there.
All right. So when you stop and consider all of those search efforts, did anything that law enforcement did or the public did in attempts to locate Breasia suggest that this was simply a situation of a child who wandered off?
No.
All right. Let's talk about cellular devices. Explain the import of cellular devices and how that becomes an important investigative tool to law enforcement.
I'm not able to speak to the actual technicalities of it all, but in a general sense, we use cellular technology in a variety of investigative. Our telephones communicate with cellular towers, and the signals that communicate from the towers to those devices, there's a frame of time that it takes from a signal to get from one device to the next, and those times are measured. And through that process, return trip time is one of the phrases that you'll hear used in it, and other people can explain the more technicalities of it. But essentially, you're able to determine distance, how far away from a particular cell phone tower that device may have been at that point in time. And then you have other pieces of technology within cellular devices that are maybe more commonly understood as GPS, global positioning systems. And some devices are able to provide us with, very precise location information. And in this particular time of our world, almost everybody has a cellular device on them of some sort, whether it's a device that's attached to your vehicle for your mapping systems, or just simply your tablet or your phone. And it is very common for a large majority of our population to have some sort of communication device with them that is operating on the cellular network, or somehow communicating with the actual internet through other means, which could be Wi-Fi technology as well.
Was that an investigative tool that was used in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did that relate specifically to the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it did.
All right. And then I just want you to speak very briefly to a particular topic, because that will be developed through other testimony. When there was interest in Henry Dinkins' cell phone, were there search warrants obtained for that cell phone? Break in the case that came early on that law enforcement utilized?
Yes, there was.
Explain.
The first identification of a cellular signal of interest in this process was a brief contact with the cell phone that we had for Henry Dinkins when it made contact with the cellular antenna tower in Comanche, Iowa.
Okay. Go ahead and let's go back to States Exhibit 38. What is the relationship of Comanche, Iowa to the, I guess, main highway street into Clinton? And let me do a little bit better job. If you're going down Highway 61 and you want to go into Clinton, what direction are you going to travel?
So just to recap so I'm not confused, you would go north on 61 And then at Highway 30, you would come back to the east.
Okay.
Comanche is situated right here where the pointer is, in this upper right-hand corner of this map.
All right. Highway 30, as you enter the city limits of Clinton, what's the name of that street?
I can't think of it off the top of my head other than 30.
Lincoln
Without looking, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does Lincoln Way sound familiar?
It is one of the streets there.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And then relative to that ping, what area would it have focused on, an area there in Clinton?
Yes, it did.
Okay, all right. So then with that piece of information, how was that utilized from an investigative standpoint?
At that point in time, having the signal in that area for just a brief minute, the amount of usage out of that connectivity was analyzed by a few of us. And it, for me, and having done a lot of work with cellular phone devices in different cases, there was literally little to no data exchanged within that contact point, which seemed different for me, for someone to turn on a phone but not use it. So that seemed different from things I had seen in the past. At that point, we started to involve some other partners that had more knowledge with that specific area of cellular technology.
What other partners did you involve?
At that point, the FBI was involved. There's a member from the CAST unit, which is their cellular analytics. There's a couple other acronyms in there that I don't know.
Survey team?
Yeah.
There we go.
That sounds good.
Okay.
And they'll be able to speak to their portions of that. With the enlistment of their assistance, that particular signal contact in that Comanche tower, they were able to make pretty quick sense of that and use their skill sets for the things that they know.
Okay. By virtue of that, then, did that lead to another major canvass that was done outside of Scott County?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Going back to was focused on.
So initially, we knew that based off of the antenna element that was provided to us, the Comanche tower, if you see these blue sort of angle lines from this blue dot in Comanche, that represents the cellular tower. And this particular tower has 3 sides to it, and signals branch off of it in one of 3 directions. And the direction that this momentary contact was made with that tower is in that area you see projecting to the north. So initial video canvas and foot canvas work was initiated in that area to see if anything of familiarity with what we had known so far to be related to Henry Dinkins, Breasia Terrell, and the involved vehicles were able to be observed in that area.
Sergeant Piper, Sergeant Ellerbach will be testifying later on, but on this map, did you indicate how broad the canvassing took place in Clinton County in some fashion so that the court has some perspective of the areas that were covered?
Absolutely. If you see this area that is outlined in pink, and then there are shaded pink markings within the pink boxes, they all, if you're close enough, you can see they have an area and a numerical identifier to those areas. And Sergeant Ellerbach will explain how those areas were and how they managed those particular search groups with different operational structure. But that entire area was canvassed around that area. And again, you can see a large portion of that speaks to the array coming from that cellular antenna direction.
By virtue of that canvas, did it develop any evidence that would lead to the discovery of Breasia Terrell? And I should actually call it searches by virtue of searching that area.
Nothing other than video.
Okay, all right. And then we're going to speak to video here in a moment. But then the next question, I need to be more definitive when I talk about searches versus canvassing. Is most of that area rural?
Yes, with the exception of that immediate area where there's some commercial businesses.
And in this instance, were there any areas where officers would have gone out in neighborhoods and knocked on doors to see if anybody had any information that they could provide?
Yes.
All right. And did that produce any information at all?
No.
All right. Now let's go a perspective of how cellular devices became very important to this investigation. But now tell us how location or GPS information from cellular devices then would then lead to another very important investigative tool that was utilized by the Davenport Police Department.
In this particular area?
Yeah, in each of our areas that we searched.
Because of the Comanche area, there was video surveillance obtained in that area. And there were cameras along Highway 30 that had captured the maroon vehicle, which was on the list of vehicles associated with Henry Dinkins. And that was present on a couple of different camera surveillance systems. And most notably at the Walmart in Clinton, we were able to observe Henry Dinkins' maroon Chevy Impala in the parking lot of Walmart. And then further, we observed Henry Dinkins walk from his Chevy Impala into the Walmart.
And then what did he do there?
Within the store, he purchased 2 bottles of Clorox bleach.
Okay. What time of the morning would that have occurred and what date?
It was just after 7 a.m. On the morning of July 10th.
And is that before he's made the telephone call to Aisha at 8:08 a.m. to report to her that Breasia is missing?
Yes, it's before that.
Okay. Is Clorox something that would be significant to you as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Clorox bleach is used as a disinfectant and a cleanser. It is used both to conceal evidence in crime scenes, and it's also used to clean our own tools and prepare things so that they're sanitary for the purposes that it is used to kill bloodborne pathogens for safety purposes for our own equipment and our cabinets.
Okay. Were there video surveillance feed, or was there video surveillance feed that was also collected down in the area of the Jersey Meadow apartments along 53rd, Eastern, and Jersey Ridge?
Yes.
And then down in the area of Credit Island, in particular where that RV was stored, was there video surveillance footage that was collected that ended up being very beneficial to the investigation?
Yes, there was.
Does that give us just a very good perspective of what the investigation consisted of and how it was handled?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions of this witness at this time, Your Honor, and I would reserve the right to recall this witness later on.
Mr. Freeze? Yes.
Here comes the defense attorney, y'all.
If you could just help me out here, can you do the laser pointer on the cell phone tower pane?
Here.
Right there. Now, we have that time at 7:02 to 7:03 a.m.
Correct.
Do we have any other cell tower panes from Henry's phone anytime that night?
No.
Do we have any other video that puts Henry any place other than that area, the pink area, that night that we can definitively say we saw Henry?
At around 3:30 that morning,
Where was it?
the quick shop at 53rd and Sheridan in Davenport.
So we have the 3:30 a.m. quick shop in Davenport. Correct?
Correct.
And we had a quick shop at 3:30 a.m. Was he alone?
As far as we can tell,
The agent Terrell wasn't with him?
she did not come in the store if she was.
And all these beneficial videos that you have, how many videos, first of all, were seized in this investigation?
Hundreds. I don't know the exact count.
You say hundreds. Hundreds of videos from businesses and locations along what you thought might be Henry Dinkins' area of travel, right?
And everywhere to establish a possible area.
Out of those hundreds, were you able to winnow down those videos into a smaller number that may have information on it that concerns Henry Dinkins or a purple Impala?
Yes.
And how many of those were there?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And when did you start looking for these videos for Mr. Dinkins' movements and this Impala?
Immediately.
Why did you immediately start looking for the movements of Mr. Dinkins and this Impala?
Simply because Mr. Dinkins was the last person to be with Breasia Terrell. He took care and control of her the night before at his residence for an overnight visit with his son, and he was the last person to have been with her.
You say been with her. What do you mean been with her?
He was the custodial caregiver for her at his residence that night.
As was Andrea Culberson, right?
Correct.
And what step did you do to backtrack the events of Andrea Culberson that night?
We also went through her cellular phone and her movements and her interview about where she was.
And what did you do to back?
Through her cell phone and places where she was and where she was that morning. Not any videos that we had.
Did you try to get any videos like you did from Ms. Langford?
Absolutely.
Because you understand, you have no evidence, correct me if I'm wrong, you have no evidence, no witness, no video, no pictures that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala that night.
Andrea Culberson provided information that when she looked out the window, Breasia was next to that Impala in the early morning hours of July 10th with Henry Dinkins when he had came back to the apartment.
Again, the question is, you have no evidence that puts Breasia Terrell inside that Impala, right?
She was no longer in the parking lot after the Impala left the
Physical evidence that puts her in that Impala.
Wow.
That's correct.
Okay. And when Andrea Culberson said she saw Breasia outside the Impala, she told you that Breasia was outside the Impala alone, right?
Right.
And Henry Dinkins was in the apartment or coming into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And Andrea Culberson also told you that she did not question Mr. Dinkins as to why Breasia was outside, did she?
Correct.
How long did it become before Mr. Dinkins became the person you were focusing on in this investigation?
With respects to time, I don't know a time frame of what you're asking for some transitional points, but he had always remained the last person to be with her, and his movements in the middle of the night while she was missing and lack of doing something that a normal adult would do when a 10-year-old child is in their care and custody, I think piques the interest of anybody who has ever had a child or cared for a child would understand that when a 10-year-old that you're responsible for is missing and there is no sense of alarm, there's not a phone call made, there were no doors knocked on in the adjacent apartments, there was none of those things done yet by the time police arrived in the daytime hours. And when you have these types of facts of a young child in an unfamiliar area and the person solely responsible for her has indicated that he has done nothing to try to find her whereabouts other than drive around in a large 40-some mile loop.
Okay.
Come on, Baldy. Come on.
He left out the fact that you lied to us and
Come on, Baldy.
failed to tell us that you actually woke up at 4 a.m. to take the child out with you.
Exactly.
That was left out.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was left out, and later found that you did take the child out.
Oh, it was earlier than that.
3:30, 4 o'clock is when when she woke up and said he wasn't there.
Right. And but the thing about it is, like Fun is saying, we don't know how long he was out with her before that, because that's when the lady,
Andrea said when she woke up, because her bladder pretty much woke her up. She went to the bathroom. She looked at her. It was a little after 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right. So they could have been gone way before then.
Mm-hmm.
There's no telling what he did, when he did it, and how much. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
So I have a question though. If both of you are asleep, say on the air mattress, if another person wakes up while you're on the air mattress, wouldn't that?
When she fell asleep, she was the only one lying on the mattress and fell asleep because he was still awake and the little boy was still awake.
Mm-hmm.
He was sitting on the couch.
I don't think he ever got in.
He never got in the bed.
Right. I don't think he ever laid down that night. I think he knew what he was going to do.
No, he didn't.
What time did she go to bed? Because he said the last time.
Right before, a little bit after, like midnight.
Well, he states that the children got in bed at 9:30.
The little girl fell asleep first.
But I think the little boy was still up.
The dad told the little boy he has until midnight to play the game, then he has to go to bed. Now, whether the little boy went to bed, fell asleep before midnight, I don't know.
I'm going by the body cam footage. They specifically asked him, when's the last time you saw her? And he said 9:30 when they got in bed, when she got in bed with him. And that's when the cop turned to him and said, when's the last time you saw your sister? And he said, well, when she got in bed with me. See what I'm saying?
You do know that little boy. Well, be true. We know that little boy was coached.
Yes,
No,
but what I'm
all I
saying
know
is
is the little girl fell asleep first. Then Andrea or whatever her name is, because she was tired. She had a long day at work or whatever. That left the father and the son up. When the son went to bed, I don't know. The father never laid down on the mattress. He never went to bed.
well, but on the body cam, the little boy says at 9:30 last night when she got into bed.
When
Yeah,
she
he
got
did
in the
say
bed.
that when she got in bed. Yeah, he
Yeah,
said that. But like I
at
said,
nine at
like
nine
I said,
thirty. So
what that little boy said when he walked out that door initially when the cops was there, I don't put any credence in that because I think that man coached him right before he went out that door. Because they came out together, remember?
mhm.
They came out together. And we all surmised that, he yelled it out, he blurted it out. And I think he told him to say that.
But he stated to the police at 9:30 last night,
He did. He said that. He
which
did.
is a lie
Mm-hmm.
First
because
of all, an 8-year-old cannot tell you a specific time when they go to bed. Let's be
Exactly.
clear.
he
Exactly,
said, I'm
Vaughn.
just
I
going by
don't
what he
care what
said.
you heard the little boy say. Let's keep rolling, and you'll understand what I'm saying.
The father said it though.
Oh, okay.
See,
So
sis said the woman said that they went to bed at around 11:30. She said
Yes,
she did.
but when the
Yeah,
police asked the father initially, he said around 9:30,
yeah.
and then
All
there
right.
was no talk of 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning.
well, whatever the
So
father said,
Yeah,
nobody mentioned the early
that's what I'm
AM
saying.
hours. Actually.
Why is he a person of interest? Well, he lied to us. Why wouldn't he be a person of interest? He basically lied to us.
Right. Right. All right. Let's listen.
So with that in mind, you knew that right away. Within a day, you knew that's what he had done, right?
Right.
You knew that when he came to the police station voluntarily that day, right?
When he came that morning, we did not know all of his travels, no.
Okay. Didn't take long though, did it?
Oh,
Okay. Well, within several days, you knew all this information, and the forces of your investigation honed in on Mr. Dinkins. That's a fair statement.
that is fair.
And
There were multiple, and when I say multiple, this is the largest multi-agency thing I've been a part of in 2 decades of this business. There were state DCI police involved, and there were FBI agents that had come in from several different home offices to assist with this. And they investigated leads around people that Henry Dinkins was associated with in a variety of other activities. And those avenues were explored. There were even search warrants conducted at other associates of Henry Dinkins where cellular analysis took place.
and other agencies would call you with information they thought might be relevant to the disappearance of Brazier Terrell, right?
At times, yeah.
One of those agencies was the Rock Island Police Department, correct?
We have multiple, I don't know what thing you're specifically getting at.
Do you know the name Tina No or Noe?
I do, yeah.
She contacted you, right?
Yes, she did.
Why did she contact you?
She contacted me regarding an investigation that she had on CS.
Okay. And CS was a child living with Brazier Terrell, correct?
Correct.
And she had information about CS that she thought might be relevant to the disappearance of Brazier Terrell, right?
I don't find it to be relative, no.
Why not?
Do you have specific statements you're speaking to?
You put them in a report, right?
If you have one authored by me, you have it, but I handled literally hundreds of phone calls in that time.
I like Baldy. Even though he looked like he.
What's wrong with his eyelashes?
What'd you say, Fawn? Fawn.
I
didn't
said,
say anything.
I said, what's wrong with his eyelashes?
I
He
said
just
he
has
got a
long
slight
eyelashes.
twitch. He got a slight twitch. Is it right in his head? What's he
what pissed
He
me
got-
off.
he
Why are
gotta
you
look-
braiding your hair?
He got to look good. Go look. The cop is
He
looking at him
don't
like,
look
look at
good no matter what he
Yeah.
do to that head. Look at that head.
the cop is like, Pookie said he was gonna braid my hair for me.
Look at the cops looking at each other. Look at them.
Why the fuck is that sticking up like a dick?
Look at the cops. They like, what in the hell?
Yeah, that cop is like this. I just want to fucking crack this motherfucker upside the head right now.
My God, today. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button for your girl. And please support the channel. Listen, what are you doing? I'm gonna need y'all to explain some shit to me. They're talking to the judge. It's on mute, y'all. Well, I think the prosecutor is talking to the judge, actually.
And what is that hairstyle called anyway? I'm just curious.
I don't know what the hell that is. I can't even say that's dreads.
That's called I don't give a fuck.
I think it's like jailhouse wigs.
Yeah, it's like nobody in
You
here
know
will
what I'm talking
braid.
about, Drew? You know
Yeah.
how some people they turn their hair into wigs? They call them wigs.
Wow.
I don't know if you know what those are.
They look
they're real thick.
Look like pieces of shit sticking out the side of his head is what it's called.
No, does anybody know what I'm talking about when I talk about wigs? When people put their hair in wigs?
Daily Design
I've
says
heard it.
Yes.
I heard it.
I think those are called jailhouse wigs because they're not professional.
so. They mean so. I guess people like Michael braid other guys' hairs in the jail. Is that what you're getting at?
No, people like Michaelinis.
Yeah, Michaeline.
Oh Lord have mercy.
Ray ain't braid no hair. It's the Michael.
Not Ray. Wait a minute.
Pookie gonna want something after he braids that hair.
That just look like he just twist. I don't know what that is.
Tony may know what wigs are because that's a really common that people get wigs.
Oh, well, I would ask him, but he ran an errand. He went to the post office box. I don't know what I have to. Tommy had on and never looked like that.
Because he's never had. He probably has the lock.
You may proceed, Mr. Freeze.
He
came out the house like that.
He probably has the locks, but wherever he goes to get his locks retwisted.
You play. You ask that. We don't know. I don't think it's a verdict yet. I know they did closing statements, but you can always check the launch whatever channel to see. I don't know yet. We don't know yet. McDaniel said it's called Weeks. Okay, it's called Weeks. I'm gonna have to ask Tony about that.
Okay, but he had that hairstyle coming out the house when he reported her missing.
No, he didn't.
No,
it looked like he had like braids.
No, he had some like braids or something.
Let me see. Let me look. Hold on.
Yeah, he had some kind of braids, but it wasn't far off from that.
Yeah, it was far off from that.
He got a do-rag or something on his head. He got a do.
The truth don't understand that, like the lock, and it's called their locks. A lot of people call them dreads, but the proper terminology is locks. And then a lot of people are starting to get that have locks. They transform their locks into the wigs.
I don't understand why you would transfer to something of that nature like that right there on his head. But okay,
they're not. Those are jailhouse. You have to see them done perfectly.
Oh, okay, great.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To me, it looks like he put the dryer lint on his head and twisted it.
See, this is what I be talking about. Okay, let's listen to what they're talking about.
Detective, you did talk to Officer Tina No from the Rock Island Police Department.
Yes, I did.
And Officer Note advised you that she had information regarding Breage's brother, CS, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that, in her opinion, that information regarding CS may have some relevance to the investigation into the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
I don't recall the exact contents of it. I know the nature of the case that she was working with him.
And we could agree that the information that was provided by Tina No was not followed up on by the.
So I can't answer what you're insinuating. I know.
Very well. Now, outline for me again your role in this investigation. You're supervising the detectives?
Yes.
So when detectives receive information and reduce it to a report, you approve the reports, right?
Correct.
Do you read all the reports?
Yes, I do.
Is AJ, I'm going to butcher this name, I'm sorry.
Poirier.
Poirier, one of your detectives?
Yeah.
Rick Ron is.
Yes, I do.
Tell the court who Special Agent Rick Ron is.
Rick Ron is now retired, but he is the, at the time was the area commander for the major crime side of the DCI for the state. And he was the overall commander for the state side.
Okay, so very respected law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Very decorated, correct?
Yes.
In the 10 days following the disappearance of Breasia, there was a homicide investigation that occurred in Clinton. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And there was evidence seized in that case from a gentleman that a search warrant was executed upon his vehicle. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Recall that person's name?
No, I do not.
Was his name Kyle Julian? Ring a bell?
I honestly don't remember the name that was provided in that one.
Do you recall that Special Agent Ron was involved in the search of a Dodge Challenger belonging to Kyle Julian?
Yes.
And tell the court what was found in the trunk of that Dodge Challenger belonging to Mr. Julian.
For recollection, I believe it was a white shirt.
Okay. What kind of shirt was it?
I believe it was a white T-shirt, but without seeing the document, I don't know for certain.
Was there any other shirt found?
I don't know off of memory.
Okay. What was the significance of these shirts?
It was relayed to me from Special Agent Rick Ron that there was potentially blood on it.
And these shirts were around youth size 10, right?
If that's what it reflects, I don't remember the size of it.
Okay. Size 10 or 12 would be about the size of Breasia Terrell, correct?
I believe so.
And Clinton, we know now, is an area of interest, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what Rick Ron, Special Agent Rick Ron, did with those shirts?
He turned them over to Detective Poirier.
Where are those shirts today?
I believe they're in evidence, or they could be at the lab. I'm not sure their exact location.
If there were blood stains found on children's shirts 10 days after the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, that would be relevant to the investigation, wouldn't it?
What's the connection between those two cases?
Breasia Terrell is missing. Agreed?
Agreed.
You have Henry Dinkins for some reason in Clinton. Agreed?
Agreed.
10 days after Breasia Terrell winds up missing, somebody is found having children's clothes in the trunk of his car covered in blood. And you don't think that's relevant?
Not given the facts of that case and the people involved, and there were children involved in the household with that other homicide that has no causal connection to this event.
So you respect Rick Ron's opinions, right?
I do.
You respect Rick Ron's decisions, right?
I do.
You just don't respect it in this one when he gave it to you guys at the Davenport Police Department 10 days after Breasia Terrell's disappearance to give it to you as evidence and to test.
He also had the ability to have it tested if he felt his office with an open case in this investigation, if he wanted it tested through his lab, but he did not provide causal connection to these two incidents.
Okay, so it's Rick Ron's fault that these shirts aren't tested?
It would have been up to him if he wanted to test them.
In the Breasia Terrell case?
What's their name? Miss Marlin. Thank you for joining the chat, but please don't put rape or killed in the chat. Okay? Just don't put it in the chat. All right. Thank you.
He could have, yes.
Who's running the Breasia Terrell case? Is it Davenport, FBI, DCI?
There's multiple entities in it.
So he gave them to you and kind of just said it may not be worth anything?
He collected it and said he collected it, and he explained the circumstances he collected it under.
Okay. The point is, nobody tested the bloody shirts, right?
At that time?
at any time.
Correct.
Okay. To this day, we don't know whose blood is on that shirt, right?
There was a later lab submission done on that shirt.
Okay. Was it Berasia Terrell?
No.
Okay. We don't have any blood of Berasia Terrell anywhere in this case, do we?
No.
We don't have any blood in that Impala, do we?
None.
And just for the court's understanding, that Impala was searched extensively.
To the best of anyone's abilities.
I mean, you know, the local sheriff didn't search the Impala, the FBI did, right?
Correct.
And when the FBI searches an Impala like this, they bring a special team from across the country to do this, right?
Yes, they did.
And they dress up in hazmat suits, correct?
Yes.
They wear rubber boots, correct?
Yes, they did.
They wear special gloves, right?
They had gloves on.
That are super high powered, like dustbusters, don't they?
Yes.
And they vacuum that entire vehicle top to bottom to find any trace evidence, right?
Correct.
Trace evidence includes blood, right?
Yes.
It includes hair, right?
Yes.
It can include skin sometimes, right?
It can.
It can include just about anything that the body sloughs off, right? That's the whole point of this machine.
Right.
And they did that for hours on Henry Dinkins Impala, right?
Yes.
And that was all analyzed, to your knowledge.
Yes, by the FBI.
And not one piece of trace evidence belonging to Berasia Terrell was found in that Impala. Am I correct?
Correct.
Hey, hold up.
In fact,
Hold up.
there was no trace evidence at all found in that motorhome.
It's funny that there's no trace evidence of the young girl when the young girl was actually in that car. Why wouldn't there be any trace evidence if she actually rode in that car? Because he cleaned the car. There should be something. Should have been a strand of hair. There should have been something in the car that belonged to her because she was in that vehicle. See what I'm saying? It's funny. He bleached the car so nothing of hers would be left in there. And they said they smelled bleach when they opened the trunk of that car. I just think it's, you know, if a person's in a car, they're going to leave something behind. Hair, something. Nothing. He vacuumed that car. He cleaned that car from top to bottom before the
because didn't she ride in that car when he picked her up?
Yes, he picked her up and
it was too clean. Right, C says it was too clean.
Yeah, he picked her and the brother up and drove them to that house.
Mm-hmm.
And then it stated that he took her with him when he left in that car.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nothing is in there. Nobody said he took her to the RV. It was stated that he went to the RV.
Right.
So Dick Boy, the defense attorney, is, you know, I'm waiting for the cop to say, well, the car was exceptionally clean on the inside. Who cleans their car on the inside and not the outside?
So, yeah, the outside wasn't clean?
No. If you look at the photos from the crime lab, that car doesn't look like it was washed.
Gotcha.
The inside was clean, though. Like it was completely vacuumed and completely cleaned. Everything that any trace evidence was washed away and vacuumed up.
Gotcha.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Or in the Camaro. Same questions, same type of search was done. No trace evidence belonging to Berasia Terrell at all in any of those vehicles, right?
And she was in those vehicles, but there was none found by the FBI.
Oh, there he goes. Snap back.
You talked about the bleach.
Exactly. I told you I like
In
you.
Clayton Walmart. The bleach was discovered, was it not?
That's a broad, I don't know what you're.
The bottle of bleach was discovered.
You're saying the bottle?
Yes.
There were 2 bottles purchased.
Okay. Was a bottle of bleach discovered?
There was a bottle of bleach discovered at the apartment.
Now, when you brought the FBI and they also brought their technology in, that's allowing them to actually search an area to see if it's been cleaned with bleach, right?
Where are you speaking of now?
Any area at all. They have the FBI has technology to be able to look at a place through their technology and say, this particular place has been scrubbed with bleach.
That did not happen here.
Okay. Now, I'm going to approach. Ask just a couple questions.
About time his fat ass got up.
Right.
Whole significance of this Credit Island thing, right? This is a fair sketch.
It's close.
Who took you to Credit Island? And made Credit Island relevant to begin with?
Detorius.
It's on the DL?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you get there? With law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Physically tell the court what happened and how you got there.
I wasn't along with that particular drive. I know he went with investigators, but I was not there for it.
So you weren't there when he heard what he had to say and what went down there?
Not on his first trip there, no.
How about second trip?
I was with him on that, yes.
And, so you rode with Detorius. Tell us, if you would please, how Detorius said things went down and how that affected your investigation.
He recognized the area just inside the roadway with the sort of pond-like area that had water in at that time.
I'm pointing to this right here. It says Mississippi River and some lines.
Yes. So I guess what you don't understand is that all that white area here is river. So the river backfills back into this little area where you see Mississippi River. And then that's not actually part of the flowing river. The actual river is up at the top. So this is just kind of backspill area that wraps around the island. And there's a little area that you can drive off into where there's a bunch of gravel. At that particular time, there was some road graders there, and they were restructuring some of that area. But that area was an area. No.
What did he say his dad was doing there?
He said he went into the woods to pee.
He said he took a machete with him.
He saw him, from my recollection of that, he saw him wipe one off in the trunk when he had come back.
That's not always Detorius' story, though. He's changed stories, haven't
He does.
he? Now, State's Exhibit 41. Not the one I want. Trying to find the one with. Right. Exhibit 42. Again, tell us what that is.
That is the area where Briasia was recovered.
And that's the most real-time photo we have, aerial photo of around the time Briasia was recovered.
It is.
Now we have, as I count, 1, 2, 3 cars down there. It appears to be a boat, right?
Yep.
So that would be the day the boat went out and tried to recover the evidence from the pond.
Yes.
So about a week after Briasia died?
Yes.
I see there's one driveway that's kind of longer than there's that one steep, just a little bit more to the south, I think.
Yeah, we're kind of facing west a little bit. West is kind of towards your top on that one.
So this is a much easier, the more navigable driveway going home to, right?
Yes, and it's better that day. The road had been regraded slightly because the derecho had come in between her disappearance and this day.
So this road here kind of keeps maintained just a little bit, there's I think use and stuff, right?
I believe from just vehicle traffic knocking it down.
But there's no trouble here with two-wheel drive vehicles getting down there that day.
So the silver car is mine, and it was a struggle getting out of there, but yeah, we made it okay.
this exhibit is 43. Turn it, you can see it okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
Right, see the same driveway right here?
Yes.
The deep one, you can kind of see, you look right here.
Right.
So that's the one that's used to use all the time. I'll point that out.
So just to capture when we were there, it didn't appear anybody had driven down there anytime recently. There were no, just beyond that. So it's all high grown grass down there.
Sure, I'm not saying it's easy to use this one, but any assumption that somebody uses this driveway in summertime.
I wouldn't think ever.
Left side of the road.
Mhm.
What is that?
That is all from just being up there. It's a bunch of recycled road concrete
Someone dumps stuff.
fill.
Someone dumps stuff there, right?
Yes, there was quite an impact from the derecho there.
Yeah, a lot of asphalt, road concrete.
Actually, yeah, I would call it roadway materials or something, but they're for fill.
So, you know who that is that does that?
I do not know.
Anybody near you who does that?
No.
Seems to be frequently used, right?
That gravel road,
Dump spot.
it had changed, yeah, in the year or so since I'd been there the last time.
If someone uses that enough to at least keep a pretty sizable dump out.
I would say.
Oh my. Let's find this thing to work. Goes backwards. All right, detective. Showing now State's Exhibit 105. This is is this the website you put up? Or a flyer you put out asking for help?
Yes.
Okay. When was that posted?
I don't know the exact date off at this moment.
Can you estimate for me a week, a month?
I don't know on this particular one. There were multiple media releases put out, and were all contained within that web address. So as updates became known, this particular one would not be immediate because of the positioning of these vehicles and where they're at that time.
So how many media updates did you put out? How many flyers did you put up?
As far as consistency in that, I do not know how many went. Our public relations people handled all of those details.
Can you indicate to me when the first would have gone out of any type?
In the July 10th, there was information that was disseminated specifically that we had this missing person or missing child case.
Now, on July 10th, did that public post include Henry Dinkins' picture?
I don't know without seeing it what all details around that one.
It's fair to say that within a week, Henry Dinkins' picture is on the website, though, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Henry Dinkins' picture remained on that website and remained in the public view until Raja Terrell was found.
Yes.
And that made him a suspect.
At that point, yes.
You had no other suspects, right?
None.
He was the focus of your investigation.
Yes.
And not one of these flyers included his mother or her mother, Bridget's mother, Aisha Langford.
No, they did not.
When you write reports yourself, that's kind of policy in the Davenport Police Department, right? When you get information, you write a report.
Or it's assigned to someone else, or it's notated where appropriate.
Tell us what you did when you learned that Breasia Terrell's remains had been found. Did you have any responsibility, for instance, to tell Aisha?
We communicated that there were remains found. Because recovered remains were not identified as Breasia for several days. And Aisha had reached out to me once the media was propagating that there was remains found in Clinton. I did not have to find her. She found us.
Well, there was a point where you interviewed the child, BL, right?
Correct. He had various versions of things, yes.
Well, the last version he had was that he was present for the killing. Right?
He said something that he had heard that, yeah.
He had said that he saw his father shoot his sister, and that Andrea had been there as well, had he?
To that question, the way the question's phrased, it's suggesting that Andrea Aisha was there when the child was shot, and I don't think counsel phrased it well.
I said Andrea, I thought.
I'll ask that you rephrase the question, please.
He made a statement saying he was present when his sister was shot, correct?
Yes.
He also said that Andrea Culberson was there when she was shot.
Your Honor, if I could, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The child has not testified. Counsel is attempting to impeach somebody who hasn't even got on the stand to testify, and this is inappropriate.
Sustained.
Did you write a report about the interview with Notorious or DL?
I believe so, yeah.
If the prior county attorney, Mr. Walton, indicated to me that you had not, would that be comport with your recollection?
He and I discussed it. I believe there was one done.
Okay. We assume for a minute that the facts I just recited to you were in fact true. That is not in fact true, correct?
Again, Your Honor, the state's going to object to this line of questioning. The child has not testified, and that testimony has not been offered.
Sustained.
These flip-flops we heard about earlier, what trace analysis was done on those?
Which flip-flops?
The ones that were found on Credit Island?
There was nothing done with the ones on Credit Island because they weren't the color described to us.
Okay. Were there flip-flops found at accurately were variations?
Yes.
Subject to Ms. Cunningham's statement that this witness is subject to be recalled, I will have no more questions this time.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, let's go back to the video surveillance footage collected from the quick shop. At what time was the defendant described arriving at the apartment with little Briasia Terrell standing outside by the maroon Chevy Impala?
With scene, I don't recollect the exact time.
Okay. At any rate, does Andrea Culberson give us a specific time when they are at the apartment?
She did provide
Okay.
time.
And then the video of the defendant at the quick shop, did that event occur just shortly after he had been at the apartment and little Briasia Terrell had been standing out by the maroon Chevy Impala in the parking lot?
Yes.
All right. And so was that a very short span time from when they were there at the apartment versus when he arrived at the quick shop?
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins arrived at the quick shop, what vehicle was he operating?
The maroon Chevy Impala.
Was that the same vehicle that Briasia Terrell was noted standing by?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then so by virtue of that, with this being in the middle of the night and the tent on the windows being dark, did the video surveillance give us any perspective of who may have been located inside that vehicle?
Objection, narrative, and leading.
Your Honor, it was not narrative. I just asked, did it give us a perspective? Did you see who was inside the vehicle?
It was the 12 words
Okay,
before that.
Ms. Cunningham, I'll sustain the objection if you'd rephrase, please.
I will, thank you. What time of night would this have been when he arrived at the quick shop?
Is that in the 3 o'clock in the morning time frame?
Okay. What would the lighting be like at that time of the day?
Ambient, it's light is dark.
Okay. Were there specific characteristics that law enforcement had noted about the maroon Chevy Impala?
It had tinted windows,
Okay. And how dark was the tent?
dark enough you could not see through it.
Okay. Was the vehicle parked some distance from the quick shop itself, the actual store?
Yes,
Where was it parked?
it was parked at the gas pump.
Okay. And then was there video surveillance feed that was collected that dark tint on the window, could you see into that vehicle to see who was inside the vehicle?
No, I cannot.
All right. And then was there video feed collected to show the defendant inside the quick shop?
Yes,
Okay. And then did you have a chance to watch that video feed when he was inside the quick shop?
I did.
And as you watched him inside the quick shop, was there something of interest to you as you observed his behavior?
Yes.
Describe.
When the defendant was paying for his items, it was noticeable that he continually looked out at his vehicle while at the register. I don't know how many times, but it was a very frequent turning of the head to look out to the gas pumps and engage the clerk. And it appeared to be nervous behavior based off of watching a lot of video of people over the years. And I would take it to the point of he was walking out of the store without his change, and a considerable amount of money that he was frantic and just walked away without collecting his change until prompted by the clerk.
All right. Let's speak to the topic of investigator Tina Noe over at the Rock Island PD. Was Tina Noe involved in this investigation at all?
No.
So would she have known any of the information that was gathered from witnesses that the Davenport Police Department was interviewing?
No.
Was she a part of the interview that was conducted of Andrea Culberson?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of Andrea Culberson?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of Aisha Langford?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of DL?
No.
Was DL driven around Davenport and even taken out to the area of Clinton to show law enforcement where he had traveled to with his father when his father picked him up in the early morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then so was she in the vehicle when that happened?
No.
Okay. So did she have any investigative knowledge about the facts that were being gathered during the course of this investigation?
No.
Okay. Now speaking to CS, how old is CS?
At the time, I believe he was 12.
Okay. So at 12, is this an individual, a child who's even old enough to drive a vehicle?
No.
Okay. And so then relative to what issues she was looking at, was this an issue that had occurred after what had happened with Breasia coming up missing?
I don't know the time span of the particular incident she was
Absolutely.
speaking of.
But at any rate, did this have any bearing on the investigation of Breasia Terrell missing?
No.
All right. Much like the public calling in and offering up, some information that they think might be helpful. Is that simply what was happening with Investigator Noe?
Yes, so.
And of course, you were involved in the investigation from the very beginning. Is that true?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to determine that the information that she was calling with was not, had no bearing on this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Let's speak to the topic of Special Agent Rick Ron with the DCI. Now, did the DCI become involved fairly early on in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
All right. What was Breasia Terrell identified as wearing when she went to bed that night?
She was identified as wearing a large white t-shirt.
Whose t-shirt was that?
Henry Dinkins.
What size of t-shirt did Henry Dinkins wear?
4X.
And are we talking about a 4XL, a man's 4XL?
Yes.
All right. Is there a distinct difference between a man's white 4XL t-shirt versus a youth white t-shirt?
Considerable difference.
All right. Now, was there a homicide that had occurred in Clinton shortly after the situation with Breasia coming up missing?
Yes, there was.
All right. Did that particular homicide and the details of that homicide have any relationship whatsoever with the investigation involving Breasia Terrell?
None.
All right. Was law enforcement looking for clothing that Breasia would have been wearing when she came up missing?
Yes.
And in fact, when her remains were found, was there clothing found with her remains?
Yes.
What would that have included?
A white 4X t-shirt.
Okay. When Special Agent Rick Ron was involved in the homicide there in Clinton, and he had.
So if the mom brought Breasia clothes to spend the night, now this is the thing. When my kids were growing up, and I know with my kids now, when they bring me my grandbabies, if they know they're spending the night, they send night clothes. So if the mom brought clothes over there for Breasia to spend the night, I would think that she would have put night clothes, like pajamas or something in there. Why did Breasia have on his shirt?
Her night clothes, the clothes she wore to sleep in. Why was when he said, "Hey, I'm going to the store. You want to come with me?" Why didn't she change into regular clothes?
Yeah. See, her having his shirt on, that's weird. Like, for one, not only because it's a 4X, and I'm pretty sure it probably looked like a whole dress on her, but why would he put her on? Why would she have on his t-shirt? Now,
Easy
in
access.
say for instance, one of my grandbabies came over as far as my Leah. You know, she's my only girl. And she ended up spending the night. Maybe mom didn't bring night clothes. I will put her on maybe one of my t-shirts.
Yes,
I'm
and
not gonna put her, I'm not gonna put her on one of Tony's t-shirts.
yeah, the girlfriend is much smaller. Why wouldn't she wear something from her?
Why in the hell would she have on his big ass 4X t-shirt?
Did you hear me, Truth?
What'd you say, Fun Baby?
Easy access.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
I'm just saying.
the,
I'm just
the,
saying, Fun. Like, honestly,
the girlfriend is much smaller.
she is.
She
And
didn't have a
then
t-shirt.
Briasia, it was so. Briasia's mom just so happened not to bring pajamas,
But
and the
she
baby
did.
needs something to sleep in. I would have gave her one of her t-shirt.
But the point is, she did bring her night clothes.
I believe she did. Because listen, when a mom, well, you know, but I'm still not understanding why the mom let her spend the night. I'm just not understanding that. But I think that she would bring her night clothes.
So didn't they say this girl was deaf and partially deaf and
Who?
partially blind? The little girl.
Who? Brianna?
Yes, I thought I heard that in the very beginning that she
Yeah,
was
she
partially deaf and partially blind.
I did
it's
not
like
hear
she's
that.
kind of like hard of hearing, I think,
Yeah.
out of like her right ear, I want to say. I can't remember. And the mother explained something about her eye,
Yes. That
that
she
she didn't have like full vision
Oh, I did
or
not
something.
know
she's
that,
a
y'all.
beautiful, beautiful young girl. But I remember them saying that she was partially deaf and had a vision impairment.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Let's listen.
Now, there's a question that I never heard them ask yet.
Okay, go ahead.
When he picks up the little boy, where's the sister?
They're all at the grandmother's house.
No,
They were
no,
at
no, no,
the
no, not that. I'm talking about when he comes. Oh, so okay, so he leaves with the little girl, right?
Okay.
He comes back around 6 o'clock. The girlfriend says, and then the little boy goes with him,
Mm-hmm.
but there's no mention of the little girl being in the car with him.
Of course
Mm-hmm.
not, because she's not there, the truth.
That's what I'm saying. Why nobody's emphasizing, no one's mentioning that when he gets in the car with the father, where's the little girl?
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be explained by
Okay.
Andrea or the girlfriend or whoever.
Remember fun is ahead of us.
Yeah, she's
She
always
was
ahead of us. She's always
yeah,
ahead of us.
she fun said she cheated. And
And that, yeah, she cheats and then she yells at us that we don't know things. I don't understand it.
I didn't say you didn't know nothing. See, now you putting down words in my mouth, man. Damn.
did you leave fun alone?
Now, did
She's
he not just put words
irritated.
in my mouth?
She's already irritated. She's already irritated and agitated. Fun
Well,
is like she's hot about this case.
stop
Okay.
yelling at me, Fawn.
I'm
Damn it.
not yelling.
I didn't cheat and go look at this beforehand.
It's called being passionate.
Come on, fun. Come on, girl. You better leave alone. She is listen.
Black folk, we talk loud. Dang it. We talk loud when we happy. We talk loud when we mad.
And very aggressive. Very aggressive.
Oh, so now we're aggressive black women? Is
No,
that what
you're not gonna
saying?
put that label on me
Right, right, right.
because a black woman speaks
We, we
loudly.
speak with we speak with passion.
Is that how
Well,
we?
we
Is that how
want
we're? Is that how we're explaining it now?
no
Loud
that
and passionate.
everybody is not aggressive, man.
Loud. What is the definition
You
of
true,
aggressive?
you're aggressive at
What?
times. You just don't raise your voice. It's
Yes,
weird.
but what is
Like
it?
you are
What?
aggressive at times.
Okay, let
What?
me ask you a
Okay.
question.
All right.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you hang around black folk?
I think he does.
Then he should already know. We get
I,
loud when we
yeah.
excited. We loud when we
What?
happy. We
What is
loud
the?
when we
What
mad.
is the definition of aggressive?
Okay, let me
Loud
Google it.
and
No,
passionate.
I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Google it. Loud and passionate is words that are described for aggression.
Okay, let me Google it. Hold on.
And I'm telling
You're
you,
not
I'm
gonna buy
not
me
being
my phone.
aggressive. I'll let you know when I'm being aggressive.
See, right now you're being aggressive.
I just said I'll let you know when I'm being aggressive.
Where the hell is Trey?
So aggressive. Oh, aggressive is ready or likely to attack or confront.
And that will be the truth because he's always attacking
And confronting.
and confronting.
I'm not. How is that pointing out, making specific points, being aggressive?
Okay, so aggressive as an adjective, right, means anger. Showing anger and a willingness to attack another person. The stereotype is that men tend to be more aggressive than women.
Mm.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
What dictionary?
What, man?
What dictionary are you looking at?
Yeah. So did you? I think aggressive describes you. You just don't raise your voice.
Exactly.
He don't. He don't raise his voice, but you motherfucker.
Have you ever heard yourself give your commentary? Have you heard yourself?
No, I don't go back and watch my commentary after I say
This would be you.
Let
Let me give you an example.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
You fat nasty bitch. Yeah, I said bitch.
That sounds loud and aggressive.
That's you.
The only thing you don't do is get loud, but you are aggressive. Like you homeless whole ass motherfucker. You fuck yeah. But you just don't get loud with it.
Right.
That's it. And we get loud. That's it.
You homeless hobo motherfucker.
Bitch, motherfucker.
I said it.
I don't sound at all like that. I just I want that. I want that on the record. I do not sound like that at all.
True.
Where the hell is Trey?
You need to go back and listen to your commentary.
Where the hell is Trey? Trey?
This is you. Okay, here go my person. Fun gave her them.
Oh, jeez.
I don't give a fuck who you are. I will fuck you up. I will dox your dead dog, your dead cat, your.
And then, fuck your mama. I said it.
I need to go back and listen to these live.
Yeah,
you do.
You know, Miss Lynn's in the background like, oh Lord, deep.
She be like, true. The truth. Stop it, the truth.
And you know she's like that in real life. She says the same exact things to me in real life.
Oh shit!
But she usually throws a damn it in there. Damn it!
You on your own, Clown.
What the fuck? Really?
Does Trey know me and Truth telling the truth? The truth hurts. That's her name. The truth hurts. Shit.
The truth. I challenge you to go back and listen to one live. Like one live, the truth. Just go back and listen to one.
How in the fuck is you gonna be a sensitive, evil little clown?
And Slay said, and now this is our sis, I Slay, and she gonna keep it a book. She said, and lately he's been running a damn muck, Lordy Lord.
Thank you, Slay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
May I remind you,
Now
this
that's
live,
really stupid.
this live is not about me. Can we go
Hey,
back
serious
to the
girl.
commentary?
Listen,
Mm-hmm.
you got to own your shit, D True. You have to own your shit.
No,
I'm sorry.
for one, he better think twice before he asks you to look up a definition of any damn thing.
Exactly. And he thought it was going to describe you, but it actually
Hmm.
describes you, D True. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Boom.
And Trey is no motherfucking help either. None. Not a damn bit. None.
See, listen.
Boo-hoo, clown. Boo-hoo.
Boo hoo. Say boo hoo, Pennywise. Boo hoo. Then can't nobody hear you. She won't do it. Pennywise, her friend now.
Yeah, she love Pennywise now. You can't tell her nothing about Pennywise, son.
Well,
All right.
next on the docket.
Next on the docket. Okay, let's listen. Hey, Bruce.
Gathered that youth-sized T-shirts together. Is that something that law enforcement will do as a general rule?
Yes,
All right, and just, I think, to set up a perspective, when the canvassing was done out in the area of Clinton, were there various items that were located out in the fields?
yes.
What types of items were located out in the field?
Flip-flops, white t-shirts, socks,
Okay.
white tank tops were pretty common.
Were those all gathered?
Some were.
Yep. And why would you gather it if it didn't appear to be relevant?
To rule any possibilities out and to also remove it from where it was.
Okay. Was there ever a cell phone that was found out in one of these canvasses?
There was.
And just by way of example, was there follow-up on that cell phone to see if it might be connected to Henry Dinkins, Breasia Terrell, or any of the involved parties?
Yes.
All right. What was determined about that cell phone?
No connection.
Okay. In fact, was it determined to belong to a teenage girl?
Yes.
All right. So does law enforcement just paint with a broad brush, collect anything and everything, and determine what's relevant?
We do.
Okay. Was that T-shirt actually sent into the DCI lab with the DNA of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it was.
All right. Were you involved in the collection of DNA from Henry Dinkins?
No.
On July 10th, let me rephrase that question. On July 10th, later on in the evening, was Henry Dinkins taken to Genesis Hospital for the collection of various samples?
Yes, on that date.
Were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Explain.
There was a search warrant prepared to photograph and collect any biological trace evidence from the person of Henry Dinkins.
Okay. Now, crime scene technician Jill Foster had indicated that there had been an earlier search warrant obtained to collect buccal swabs and swabs of his hands and underneath his fingernails. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We understand from her testimony that a decision was made not to do that because there was a decision to do the penal swabs as well.
Correct.
Was there another search warrant obtained then so that all of that could be collected at one time?
Yes.
Did that happen at the hospital?
Yes, it did.
Was Henry Dinkins' DNA submitted to the DCI laboratory to be compared to any DNA that would have been collected off of that child's youth T-shirt?
Yes, it was.
And did it come back that it was not his DNA?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, ask questions. Thank you. Be safe. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I want to talk about the topics of the vehicles being searched and the vehicles being processed for any type of blood or any type of DNA evidence. First of all, relative to processing the vehicles for DNA evidence, was Breasia Terrell in that black Dodge Charger?
It was a black Camaro.
I mean,
Which
the
one
black
are you speaking?
Camaro, the black Camaro.
Yes, she was.
Was Breasia Terrell in that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, she was.
All right, so then, knowing that she was there, would there be any need to establish her DNA in there because we knew that she was there in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is the establishment of DNA something distinctly different from looking for any type of blood?
Yes.
Morning hours of July 10th. After Henry Dinkins called Aisha Langford at 8:08 a.m. to report that Breasia was missing, did he go out to the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows?
Yes, he did.
Did he have some brief contact with a patrol officer out there?
Yes, he did.
Who was that patrol officer?
Officer Burkle.
Did he leave that apartment complex?
Yes, he did.
After he left that apartment complex, was his movements unaccounted for the rest of the morning until he showed up at the Davenport Police Department?
That's correct.
Was that of concern to law enforcement that his movements were unaccounted for?
Yes.
And during that period of time, when his movements were unaccounted for, had law enforcement seized the RV?
Yes.
No, prior to noon when he came down. Had
No.
law enforcement seized the RV?
No.
Had law enforcement seized the black Camaro?
No.
Had law enforcement seized the Chevy Impala?
No.
All right. Were those vehicles seized then later on in the day?
Yes, they were.
All right. With Mr. Dinkins going to Clinton and purchasing Clorox around 7 a.m., was that concerning to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about the bottles of bleach. What size bottles of bleach did he buy at the Walmart in Clinton?
I believe they're 80 or 82 ounce,
Okay.
less than the gallon size.
Okay. So is it the smaller bottles that we can now purchase?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a bottle of bleach located at Andrea Culberson's apartment there at Jersey Meadows?
Yes.
Okay. Was it the two smaller bottles of bleach or was it a larger bottle of bleach? And if you're not sure, should we red flag that and look for that?
I don't remember the exact size of that one.
Okay. At any rate, even during canvasses that were conducted out in Clinton and even around the area of Beresia, Terrell's remains, were there any bleach bottles located out there?
There was one, yes.
Okay. And what did officers note about the size of that bleach bottle as compared to the bleach bottles that he had purchased at the Walmart in Clinton?
It was a gallon jug.
Okay. And so since it was larger, was it ruled out as being a bottle of Clorox that he would have purchased?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually make a physical trip with DL so that the child could give some perspective of where he would have traveled with his father?
Yes.
Okay. Give us that perspective so that we know what you're talking about.
Detective Amos and I drove with DL. If any of that area was familiar with him. And as we were traveling down Highway 30, he did recognize that as an area that he was in generally. And when we got to the Walmart, I wanted to verify with him that that was in fact the Walmart that he was at for familiarity purposes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about that dump pile here in State's Exhibit number. Give that to me, Sergeant Piper. Can you see the exhibit number so I don't have to get up and walk over there?
So it's 43.
43. All right. So as we look to the bottom of the diagram, yeah, is that where there was a lot of debris, you know, that looked like concrete or stuff from roadways?
It was, yes.
Did you notice that there in July of this year when these images were collected?
Yes.
Was that the condition of that side of the road back in March of 2021?
No.
Okay. And so did any of that concrete or debris exist at that point in time?
No.
Okay. What had happened after July 10th? Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to back off that. At some point in time, was there a major storm that had occurred?
Yes.
What was that storm?
The storm was called a derecho, and that was in August of 2020.
Okay. All right. And then when DL had pointed out the path his father had gone there on Credit Island, was that consistent with the area that the foot impressions were found in the dirt?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Detective, you said the size 12 children's shirts were tested by TCI, right?
The one that you spoke with Special Agent Ryan.
And did not have Henry Dinkins' DNA on it, right?
Correct.
Whose DNA was found on it?
It was unknown.
And just to clarify, that shirt was found 10 days post the disappearance of Beresia Terrell, right?
Correct.
And so, Special Agent Ron thought it had some relevance to the disappearance because of location and timing, right?
He didn't speak to relevance. He collected it because we were looking for white shirts.
He doesn't make business of wasting your time or giving you irrelevant evidence, right? We can agree on that.
Agreed.
The guy knows what he's doing, right?
He does.
He also knows that when children or people get kidnapped, they don't always get killed automatically, right?
Correct.
So maybe Beresia Terrell was not always wearing the size 4X T-shirt of Henry Dinkins. Maybe she changed clothes, right?
Anything's possible.
So he was following down a possible lead, correct?
if it would to turn into one. It was not a lead at that time.
Okay. When Breasia Terrell's body was found, there was no DNA evidence of Henry Dickens found on her, was there?
No.
Okay. And the county attorney here talked about DNA evidence and not finding it in the cars and stuff because we knew Breasia was there. But what's important was there's also a search done for blood evidence in those automobiles, and there was no blood evidence found, right?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer. Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, when Breasia Terrell was found, the environment.
With respect to the environment, it was out in the open weather. Her body would have been exposed to the elements up until that particular time, which was just after the snow cap had melted.
And when her body was found, describe the condition of her body.
It's fairly disturbing. Most of her body was just skeletal bones, with the exception of her right leg. Had some mummified skin still attached to it.
Okay. With DNA then being subjected to the elements, do elements destroy things like DNA?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions.
You may step down at this time. It appears that you may be recalled. You're still under the administrative issue over here. Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, we are going to take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment until approximately 11:05. Thank you.
All right, let's see what we are on time. Let's see. Oh, we're doing good. All right, so let's see who comes up next, y'all. Any questions?
Yes. They mentioned that they found the clothes away from the body, correct?
Right.
That means one of two things, that somehow the clothes got detached from the body and blew over there, or she wasn't wearing those clothes where they found her, meaning the clothes were taken off of her.
At that where she was found, the clothes
Yes,
were taken off of her where she was found.
Where she was found.
Mm-hmm.
But it's obvious that she was not wearing the clothes because they found the clothes in a different location from the body. And they would have mentioned if the clothes were torn or animals had snatched the clothes off, or they would have mentioned that. They just said the clothes were found in a separate location.
Gotcha. All right, let's see what we have coming up next, y'all. Y'all hit that like button for your girl. Feel free to support the channel. Oh hell, I think I got it on mute. Hold on. I need to see who this is.
Well, they didn't say anything of value other than she was probably walking in.
Okay, here we go.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Alicia Fritz, ALYCIAFRITZ.
And how are you currently employed?
As a civilian crime scene technician with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you worked in this capacity with the Davenport Police Department?
Since October of 2017.
What exactly is a civilian crime scene technician?
So my main job duties are responding to crime scenes, documenting those crime scenes by taking photographs and searching for, identifying, collecting items of evidence. And I also process evidence in the laboratory, mostly for fingerprints and sometimes swabbing for DNA, collecting trace evidence.
Since civilian is in your title, does that mean you're not a certified peace officer?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and any training that you would have received for your position?
Yes, in 2009, I graduated from Ferris State University in Big Rapids, Michigan with a a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic biology. And regarding training, when I started with the Davenport Police Department, I did a 4-month in-house training program with 3 different civilian crime scene technicians. And over the years during my employment, I've attended various trainings related.
Now, Ms. Fritz, when you are called to a crime scene, can you explain generally the process that you would follow once you first arrive?
So generally, I try and meet with officers if they're on scene or with a complainant, try and gather some information, kind of figure out a game plan, and then typically take photos if necessary, and then search for or process for any items of evidence.
Now, back on July 17th of 2020, were you working in the same capacity?
Yes.
At some point, were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
If I could refer to my report, I could let you know.
Would referring to your report help you refresh your memory?
Yes. Approximately.
6:51?
Correct, 6:51 p.m.
And what was the purpose of being dispatched to that residence?
I was asked to meet with detectives who were going to search the residence for items of possible evidence, and they asked that I take photographs of the apartment and assist with collecting evidence.
Now, again, this was July 17th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, to your knowledge, had detectives and other search warrants already been executed on July 10th for the same residence?
To my knowledge, yes.
And photographs and items had been collected at that time?
Yes.
But again, you were being asked to go back for further processing?
Yes.
So once you arrived at that location, how did you begin processing that apartment again?
Started by taking photographs.
Fair to say that you took a lot of photographs?
Yes.
During the course of that search warrant as well, is it fair to say that you would have collected a fair amount of items?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 418 through 427. You take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And are these photographs you would have taken of that apartment of certain items on July 17th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And do they fairly and accurately depict those items that you would have taken photos of?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 418 through 427 into evidence.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
And may the state publish.
You may.
So, Ms. Fritz, starting with State's Exhibit 418, can you tell us generally what area of this apartment we're in that's being depicted in the photograph?
It's the kitchen area.
And specifically, what were you trying to photograph in this picture?
This one was just a general overview.
Then directing you to State's Exhibit 419, what is being photographed here?
That would be a bottle of bleach.
And what was the significance of taking this photograph?
I was asked specifically to document this by detectives.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 420, what's being depicted here?
That's a broom.
And why were you taking a photograph of this broom?
Again, it was something that was directed to me by detectives to document.
Now, while you were in this apartment, did you conduct any further processing on this item, this broom?
Yes.
And what processing would you have done?
I applied luminosity to the broom.
And what is luminosity?
Luminosity is a chemical we use to help search for blood evidence that's either extremely diluted or has been cleaned up.
And how does that work exactly?
So the chemical reacts with the iron in blood and it will luminesce or glow a blue color.
And when you're looking for some sort of luminous or blue color, are you able to determine yourself, yes, that is blood that I'm seeing?
No.
Why not?
So this chemical isn't specific to blood. It can actually react with some other items.
So it's essentially a screening tool used by law enforcement to try to photographing and then using the luminosity on this room. Did you collect this item as well?
Yes,
After collecting that item, what would you have done with it?
I would have sealed the item and submitted it to our property and evidence.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 421. What are we looking at here?
This is an overview of the mattress in the bedroom.
And at the time that this photograph had been taken, it's a little hard to see on the photograph, but had already looked at this mattress to try to determine whether you observed any sort of stains or items of evidence?
Yes, I did in this photograph.
And again, what sort of process would you have gone through to try to observe those items?
So in this case, I just did a visual search with my eyes looking for stains. I also used an alternate light source to look for possible blood or bodily fluid evidence.
And if you had seen anything either visually with your eyes or with the alternative light source, did you then mark it using stickers?
Correct.
And are you able to observe some of those stickers, at least in this photograph?
Yes.
After marking those specific places where you had made some sort of observation, how did you proceed then with this item?
So various stains that appeared dark, my thought process was they could possibly be blood. So I tested them with a presumptive test. They all came back negative. And then some of the stains fluoresced using the alternate light source. And ultimately those stains were collected as evidence.
How did you collect those stains?
The stains were cut away from the mattress using sterile scalpels.
Showing you State's Exhibit 422. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is an overview of the toilet in the bathroom, and it had been marked with an evidence sticker.
Why had the toilet been marked with an evidence sticker?
I located a reddish stain on the toilet seat.
And did you do any further processing with that stain while you were at this residence?
Yeah, I swabbed it, the stain, and collected it for evidence.
Showing you State's Exhibit 423. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
This is an overview of the drain area of the bathtub in the bathroom that has been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the bathtub marked with an evidence marker?
So this area, I had also applied the luminosity, and there was a blue reaction, and so I swabbed that area.
Again, does that blue reaction mean there's potentially blood in that area?
Potentially.
And you then took a swab of that area?
Correct.
So State's Exhibit 424. Again, what are we being shown here?
This is an overview of the top of the sink in the bathroom, and it has also been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was this item marked with an evidence marker?
The top area of the sink had a reaction with the luminosity.
And after that reaction, what would you have done at that time?
Again, I swabbed the area to collect as evidence.
So State's Exhibit 425. What's being depicted in this photograph?
That's an overview of the top of the toilet in the bathroom that's been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was this item marked with an evidence marker?
Again, the top of the toilet had a reaction with the luminosity.
And how would you have proceeded at that time?
I also swabbed this area to collect as evidence.
So State's Exhibit 426. What's being shown here?
It's an overview of the toilet seat area that's also been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the toilet seat marked with an evidence marker?
There was a positive reaction with luminosity.
And would you have taken a swab of the toilet seat as well?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 427.
That's the bottom, an overview of the bottom molding area along.
As the molding marked with an evidence marker.
It had a positive reaction with the luminosity.
And did you take a swab of that area as well?
Yes.
After taking swabs of all the
Sealed and submitted to our property and evidence.
When you say swab, were you taking individual swabs of each of those areas we just saw in those photographs?
Each of those areas would have been swabbed with 2 swabs, which is a rule per our state lab, but each of those areas was swabbed individually and packaged separately.
following the execution of the search warrant then at that particular residence on July 20th of 2020, were you asked to, or dispatched to an evidence processing center to look at a Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that area?
I was asked to process the exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints.
What is the process you follow for trying to obtain some sort of fingerprint from an item?
I did overview photographs and I dusted the entire exterior of the vehicle using black graphite powder and then searched for what appeared to be fingerprints and then lifted those areas with tape, put them onto latent print cards and collected them for evidence.
Now, to your knowledge, had search warrants already been executed on this particular vehicle by the FBI?
Yes.
Why were you then asked to follow up again to attempt to locate any fingerprints?
I was advised by Sergeant Pfeiffer that he did not believe the exterior of the vehicle had been processed by the FBI for fingerprints.
Would you have documented that vehicle by taking photographs prior to any examination for fingerprints?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 4-1 through 4-17. Would you please look through those and let me know if you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs that I took of the vehicle.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of the vehicle on July 20th of 2020?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 4-1 through 4-18 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Fritz, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4-9. What are we being shown here?
This was an area of ridge detail that I had found or a fingerprint that I had marked with evidence marker 1.
Do you make any other observations in this photograph as well?
Just that I see some dry dirt near it.
Now, when you had looked at evidence exhibits, item number 1, you identify those fingerprints or potential fingerprints. How do you then proceed?
I used a clear tape, lifted the fingerprint, placed it onto a fingerprint card.
And what do you do with that fingerprint card once you place the tape on there?
So we fill out the card with information such as the case number, where we lifted it from, where the location is that we're at collecting the fingerprints, and we do a small diagram on it showing the location of the fingerprint.
Ultimately, how many different areas on the vehicle were identified as having potential fingerprints?
There were 8.
So once you collect, or did you collect all 8 of those areas, or try to collect fingerprints like you did with item number 1 with the tape and placing it on a card?
Yes, all were collected the same way.
So once you're done then looking for those fingerprints on the vehicle, you collected those cards, what do you do with them at that time?
They were packaged, sealed, and submitted to property and evidence.
Would you yourself do any further processing with those fingerprints?
No.
Ms. Fritz, I'd like to direct your attention then to March 22nd of 2021. On that day, were you dispatched to Clinton County to 270th Avenue, just north of 218?
I was requested to respond due to human remains being found.
And when you arrived on that scene, what were you asked to do at that time?
I was asked by Sergeant Pfeiffer to document the area and the remains that were found.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you would have responded to that area?
It was evening time. I would need to refer to my report for a specific time.
How do you know that it was evening time?
I just remember it was dark out.
How well were you able to see at that time?
Generally well. There were some extra lighting set up by Clinton County officers.
Sort of like stadium lights?
Yes.
If those lights had not been set up, would it have been more difficult to observe the area?
Yes.
You were asked to photograph or take photographs of that scene at that time. Were you asked to do any further processing?
I was asked to not do any further processing besides photographs.
And why were you asked to not do any further processing at that time?
I was told that the state lab would actually be responding the next day to process the scene.
So while you were on the scene yourself, were you asked to photograph the area surrounding the remains?
Yes.
And specifically branches that were around the remains?
Yes.
Why were you asked to photograph those branches?
It was pointed out to me that several branches surrounding the remains appeared maybe broke or cut.
And additionally, were you asked to photograph a flip-flop that was found?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Fritz, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 428 through 440. Could you please take a look at those exhibits and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
These are photographs that I took on scene.
And do they fairly accurately depict the condition of this area, the branches, the flip-flop on March 22nd, 28 through 440 into evidence?
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I apologize, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Ms. Fritz, this is State's Exhibit 428. What is being shown here in this photograph?
That'd be an overview of some of the branches very close to where the remains were.
I'm showing you this is State's Exhibit 430. What's being shown here?
A close-up of one of the branches.
And State's Exhibit 432.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, what was the significance of taking photographs of these branches?
Just showing that there was some sort of disturbance possibly that had happened to them.
This is State's Exhibit 436.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, did the branch itself appear to have been cut?
I would say possibly.
And State's Exhibit 439.
It's an overview of the flip-flop on the ground.
And State's Exhibit 440. What are we being shown here?
A close-up of the flip-flop on the ground.
And are you able to make any observations of the color of that flip-flop?
In my report, I referred to it as teal and white.
So that's a different flip
And Ms.
flop.
Ritz, other than those three different areas that we had talked about where you've taken photographs, does that essentially conclude your involvement with this investigation?
Yes.
So that was a different flip flop, correct? All alone again.
What color was the flip flop?
She said teal and white. The other flip flop that they got that was further from there was pink and
The
white.
pink one,
Was a different type of flip flop
yeah,
too.
the pink
I
one
thought you
was
said,
not
I thought, okay, so one of the flip flops her mom said
Was not
wasn't
hers.
her.
the
Right?
pink one
Okay,
was
go
not
ahead.
Thank you, Honey, for the questions.
Yeah.
the pink one was
Mr.
not
Waters.
hers.
Thank you. Ma'am, I want to start. I'll just do a very brief
Hold on,
overview
I'm
of
gonna mute
all
till
three
y'all
of these.
talk. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The pink one was not hers.
Yes. But this is a different, this is more of a slide. That wasn't a
Yes,
flip flop. That was more of a slide, correct?
that one's hers.
Yeah. And it was teal and white. See what I said? That wasn't a flip flop. That was a slide, right? Which had the overtop
Yep,
thing.
yep.
And that because I remember they said something about a flip flop, and then they referred to this one as a flip flop too, but it was more of a slide than a flip flop. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So did they? Well, I guess we'll find out if they determined whose flip flop it was, right?
The pink one is irrelevant. It doesn't belong to the little girl.
Yeah, that's the mother said no, she doesn't own that.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean because he could have bought her those.
No, the forget the pink flip flop. It's not hers.
Okay.
It doesn't belong to her. But the slides, yes.
Wonder where the hell the flip flop come from, y'all?
Because the mother, either she wore flip flops over there, but they weren't pink, or either she packed the flip flops, or either she wore the slides over there, or either the mother packed the slides.
Now remember that's a water area, so somebody could have lost that out on the pond there, and it washed up where it was because the pink flip flop was found on like a shoreline area.
Yeah, and you notice they found other clothing objects that had nothing to do with the case.
Yeah, there was a lot of different clothes found throughout the area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
Things that we've discussed. I'll start with July 17th of 2020. I think you mentioned that you had gone to this apartment at about 6:50 p.m., right?
Correct.
We looked through a few photos that you took, and one of them that stands out is a picture of bleach. You took that photo, right?
Yes.
Did you touch the bottle at all?
I would have handled it some way wearing gloves.
Okay, and then just for my knowledge, I imagine you were wearing gloves at all three of these locations.
Yes.
Right? Okay, and then did you tell me whether or not that bleach bottle had been used at all? Did you open it up or manipulate it in any way?
The only thing I did was I used a hemostix, which is a presumptive blood test, on a very tiny brown stain that was on the side. Other than that, I didn't do anything further with it.
Okay, and then I'll be very brief about all of these pictures that you had, where you took. You talked about a broom, a toilet seat, the top of the toilet, the brim or the rim of the toilet, a bathtub, a bathroom sink, and a molding area. All of those items were in that bathroom, right?
Yes.
Other than the broom.
Yes.
Okay. And after taking pictures of these and after looking at all these stains, essentially, on all those items, you essentially just submitted them to the evidence and property team, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would have had no involvement in testing those stains, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you couldn't tell me whether it was blood or semen or any other bodily fluid on those items.
Correct.
Okay. When you were in the bathroom, could you smell bleach?
I don't recall any sort of strong odor of bleach or anything specific.
Okay, so the smell of bleach didn't stand out to you at all in that bathroom?
No.
How about in the apartment at all?
No.
But again, you wouldn't have been involved in testing any of those stains, correct?
Correct. Just collecting swabs.
And I want to talk about July 20th, 2020, where you showed up and you took some fingerprints and photographs of the Chevy Impala, right?
Correct.
What time of day was that again? And if you don't remember, I don't care if you look at your report.
I would have to refer to my report.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. 16:20 hours, so 4:20 p.m.
This is sometime in the afternoon.
Yes,
And then you go through this process of photographing, and dusting, and getting fingerprints, correct? And then you put those documents, those photographs, then the fingerprints or the dusts, you just give them to the property and evidence team, right?
correct,
Again, you would have no involvement in testing these fingerprints, correct?
correct,
So you couldn't tell me whose fingerprints they belong to, right?
correct,
Couldn't tell me whether it was an adult or a child.
correct.
And then you mentioned that you had or saw some dirt on the side of the Impala, correct?
Correct,
I think your words were it was dried dirt, right?
correct,
You didn't take a sample of that dirt, right?
correct,
That dirt.
correct,
Then on March 22nd of 2021, took some pictures out at the Kunal implement, right?
correct in that area.
You took some pictures of some sticks and then a flip-flop, correct?
Correct,
Last question, you couldn't tell me whose flip-flops those belonged to,
correct, correct,
and that's simply because you didn't take the flip-flop and test it for DNA, fingerprints, anything of the like.
correct, just photographs.
That's all I have, thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Fritz, showing you here, State's Exhibit 418. This bottle of bleach that you see on top of the water bottles, when you had arrived at the apartment there.
Oh.
Okay. And so to your knowledge, you yourself did not do anything with that bottle of bleach. You just walked in and that's where it was.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down. Lunch then, if the witness would take approximately the same length of time. At this time, then we'll adjourn for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start with this new witness, whoever that may be, and then we're gonna probably end it not too long from now. Let's see who the next witness is, y'all. Let's see.
How are you currently employed?
with the Davenport Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Fire Department?
Just under 2 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Fire Department, where were you employed?
The Davenport Police Department,
In total, how long did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
just under 6 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Police Department, did you work anywhere else in law enforcement?
I also worked for the city of Muscatine as a police officer for 4 years, and I was a military police officer in the Army for 8.
So back in July of 2020, were you still working for the Davenport Police Department at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a particular position with the police department?
I was a detective assigned to the Special Victims Unit,
How long did you work as a detective with the Special Victims Unit?
approximately 1 year.
Prior to that assignment with the Special Victims Unit, did you hold other positions within the Davenport Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for a good number of years. I was also a member of the emergency services team. I was a officer crime scene tech for night shift. I was a field training officer as well.
Part of your duties when you were employed as an officer crime scene tech, or what would your duties have been at that time?
Documentation, collection, photographing, processing crime scenes.
And did you receive any specialized training in order to do those parts of your position?
Yes,
And as a detective, were you sometimes called on to utilize that training, even though you're now at the time working as a detective?
yes,
So back on July 10th of 2020, at some point were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8 in Davenport, Iowa?
yes, I was.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was sent to assist with the service of a search warrant at that residence.
And did you assist with the service of that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
What does that process look like?
Knock on the door, announce ourselves, who we are, that we're the police department. We have a search warrant for the scene. Secure the residence. Anyone inside, the people, subjects inside the residence are typically interviewed by one or more detectives that are on scene or other officers. And then overall documentation, photographs are taken, a search is conducted of the residence.
And back on July 10th, 2020, before you and other officers began searching this apartment, to your knowledge, were overall photographs taken at that time?
Yes.
And during that search, any items that were seized and collected, to your knowledge, were those items photographed as well?
Yes.
Do you recall who would have photographed those items?
Some of the items were initially photographed by myself, and others would have been CST Stovall.
Now, while you were at this location, at some point, did you have contact with Aisha Langford?
Not at that residence, I don't believe so.
At some point, did Aisha show you her phone?
Yes, I believe that was in the parking lot outside of the residence.
So at the apartment complex, just not inside?
Correct.
Okay. And why did Aisha show you her phone?
I believe it was to show a call log with Henry Dinkins.
And is that something she voluntarily did?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of that call log?
Yes, I did.
Additionally, did she show you any text messages as well?
Yes.
Did you photograph those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And again, did she voluntarily show you those text messages?
Yes, she did.
Were the text messages that she showed you, again, between herself and Henry Dinkins?
I believe so, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11. Can you please take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And what are States Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11?
These are photographs as captured with my department-issued cell phone of Aisha's phone.
And did they fairly and accurately depict the call logs that she voluntarily showed you between herself and Henry Dinkins and the text messages on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, the ones that were on her phone, correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11 into evidence.
I would object on the ground of hearsay and foundation or improper foundation.
The objection's overruled.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So showing you first State's Exhibit 7-1, what is being shown in this photograph here?
This is a contact for, it states Tatorius Daddy.
And is that how Aisha related to you, was the contact name she had for Henry Dinkins in her phone?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did Aisha Langford and Henry Dinkins share a child?
Yes.
Do you know that child's name?
Yes, Tatorius.
So showing you then States Exhibit 7-2. What's being depicted here in this photograph?
That would have been the call log for July 10th under the Tatorius Daddy.
Does it show both incoming and outgoing calls and the times associated with those phone calls?
Yes, it does.
Showing you then States Exhibit 7-3. What are we looking at in this photograph?
That would be a text message history.
And again, is this the same contact, Tatorius' daddy?
Yes.
And from looking at the messages, are you able to decipher which of the messages appear to be sent from this phone versus the messages that were received to this phone?
Yes.
And how do you make that determination?
Honestly, the different colorings.
And what are you able to tell us about the coloring of the messages?
Both persons sent messages back and forth between the two.
So the messages that appear green, do those appear to be messages sent from this phone?
Yes.
And the messages appearing in gray, do those appear to be messages that somebody would have sent to this phone?
Yes.
Showing you then States Exhibit 7-4. What's being shown here?
Further continuation of that text message history.
Now, specifically referring to, and I don't know how well you can see this on the screen, some text messages that appear to be sent, it says yesterday at 9:13 p.m.
Yes.
Was there a message sent to this phone at approximately that time?
Yes, there was.
What does that message say?
Good night, Mom.
And was there a response message sent, you can see in green?
Yes, I can't read what it is, but
I approach with this, does that help you in order to read that?
yes, it says good night, I love you, Bree, and Dink.
And States Exhibit 7-5. Again, what are we looking at here?
A further continuation of that text message thread.
And labeled there at the top, there appears to be a timestamp that says today at 8:08 a.m. Did this phone receive a message at approximately that time?
Yes, it did.
And what did that message say?
Call me.
And was there a response sent in green?
Just call me. I'm not about to play telephone.
And then at approximately 9:36 a.m., does this phone appear to send a photograph?
Yes.
Are you familiar with who was in that photograph?
Yes.
Who is that?
Bree Asia.
So showing you then States Exhibit 7-7. What is being depicted here?
That would have been the call history as captured on the phone.
So previously in States Exhibit 7-2, there was also a call history listed there. What's the difference between States Exhibit 7-2 and 7-7?
7-7 is the overall contact history or call history for the phone. 7-1, I believe it was,
7-2.
is 7-2 is strictly the history for the contact Tatorius Daddy.
And so while you were speaking with Aisha, again, she voluntarily showed you her entire call log that morning.
Yes, she did.
And that was one photograph taken in States Exhibit 7-7, 7-8. What are we looking at here?
Again, the overall call history for the phone.
And 7-9, again, just a continuation of that call history.
Yes.
7-10.
A further continuation.
So in order to capture the continuation, would you have the phone have been just scrolling through the call logs?
Yes, I would leave the last one or two calls from the previous photo at the top of the screen or bottom, depending on which way it scrolled.
Okay,
To show that it was
hold
a
on,
continuous
hold on,
roll,
hold
the actual
on.
call history.
Is no one gonna
And
say
the last-
anything? Is no one gonna say anything about Mookie thick ass?
That's irrelevant to the case, sir.
What?
Trey, how did you miss Mookie thick ass?
Sir, that's irrelevant to the case.
She even got a Medea in there. Look, Medea, Uncle Earl, Medea.
Medea is her mother.
Mookie thick ass.
Her Medea is her mother. But Mookie thick ass does not have anything to do with this case, sir.
Thanks, Paul.
Are you sure Mookie thick ass has nothing to do with this case? Because right around the time Mookie thick ass is calling, look, 10:30, look, 10:37. This ain't the one called to Mookie thick ass either. Mookie thick ass calls on the slide before this one too.
Oh, the truth. Okay.
Focus on what's at hand, sir.
That's all I'm saying. You do got
And
a
Medea, that is her mother.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but this man just doxed the shit out of somebody from the 563 area.
That's probably a call he got that they don't have program in their phone. It's just the number. Because you got Uncle Earl, you got Medea, you got somebody's daddy. Who? Demetri, is that somebody's daddy?
That's Dinkins.
And then you got Mookie thick ass. Yeah.
And she got the little arms up with the
Hey,
muscle.
look, she got the muscle and the peach. Look, we need to check this woman. Does this woman have girlfriends too?
I don't know.
Look, Dinkins called her 8 times.
Again, just a continuation of those calls.
Yes,
And again, Aisha Langford was voluntarily letting you do that.
yes, she was.
Now, also on July 10th, at some point, were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
Yes, I was.
And in relation to Aisha Langford, who is Danita Gardner?
I believe she is her mother.
And why were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
I was informed that I needed to pick up 2 bags of clothing that had been left there.
And once you arrived at that location, were you able to observe those bags of clothing?
Yes, I was.
And what'd you do at that time?
I believe I took overall photographs of both and then immediately transported them back to the apartment, where I then turned them over to CST Stovall.
And did CST Stovall take additional photographs of those items?
I believe she would have, yes.
And Detective Garner, excuse me, what was the significance of those 2 bags of clothing?
I believe they were clothing belonging to Briasia.
At that point, at least to your knowledge, did you have any further information on the significance of that clothing at that time?
No, I did not.
You were just told to go pick them up and you did?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any observations of the clothing and how it appeared?
No, I just collected the bags and took them straight to the CST.
Now, on July 20th of 2020, at some point then were you sent to the Davenport fire training facility?
Yes, I was.
Why were you sent to that location?
I was sent to escort a maroon Impala to Public Works.
Explain what you mean by escort and the Impala to Public Works.
Once arriving there, I unlocked the facility that it was in. It was a secured facility. You had to have access to be able to get in. I verified that the evidence seals on the Impala were still intact from when they've been placed in there last, and I photographed those. I was there when the vehicle was then loaded onto a flatbed truck from Fred's Towing, and then I stayed directly behind that vehicle the entire route we took all the way back to Public Works. I had never lost visual sight of that vehicle at all. And then once arriving at Public Works, I again verified that the evidence seals were intact.
Why was the vehicle transferred to Public Works?
We were going to drop the gas tank off of it to measure how much fuel was left inside.
And did that require placing the vehicle on a device that could lift the vehicle?
Yes, it made it significantly easier to remove the gas tank.
And did you have the capacity to do that at the Public Works building?
Yes.
And what was the point of removing the gas tank from this vehicle?
In my understanding, it was to measure the amount left so we could gauge approximate distances that vehicle had been traveled since it had last been refueled.
Were you present then when the vehicle was raised on a lift?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did you make any additional observations of that maroon Impala?
Yes, I did. Once the vehicle was raised, stuck in the undercarriage was a few spots of what appeared to be soil and grass stuck in the undercarriage of the vehicle, where it
Did you find anything odd about that?
the vehicle would have needed to be driven off-road to get dirt and grass in those areas.
At the time that you made those observations, how did you then proceed?
I then called my supervisor, Sergeant Piper, and informed him of what I had found.
And how did you then proceed with the vehicle at that point in time?
I, again, stayed with the vehicle, and we waited until a search warrant had been drafted to collect samples from the vehicle.
After that search warrant was obtained, did somebody arrive to then collect soil samples from that vehicle?
Yes, it would have been CST John Vance. I should also add in that I also took photographs of the undercarriage of the vehicle with the dirt intact before being disturbed.
So prior to CST Vance's arrival, you took your own photographs?
Yes.
Once CST Vance arrived, did he take additional photographs as well?
I believe so, yes.
Were you present when he took those photographs?
Yes.
At that point, what did you observe CST Vance do?
He had donned gloves and he collected soil samples from the different areas on the bottom of the car.
Did you observe where he had collected those soil samples from the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes. And once the samples were collected, I watched him put them inside a manila envelope.
Where then did he take those soil samples from the undercarriage?
It's my understanding he transported them back to the police department.
And let me clarify, when you observed him collecting the soil samples from the vehicle, you'd previously testified that you watched him do that, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to determine where on the vehicle he collected those soil samples?
Yes.
Where on the vehicle then did he collect those soil samples?
From the undercarriage.
And what did he do then with the soil samples once he collected them?
Secured them in his vehicle before, I believe, transporting them to the police department.
I believe you previously testified he placed them in a manila envelope,
Yes.
and then he placed that envelope securely in his vehicle
Yes.
before he transported them to the Davenport Police Department.
Yes. His vehicle had been pulled into the parking garage, so it was right next to where we were working.
After the soil samples were collected and placed in CST Vance's vehicle, were there steps then taken to remove the gas tank?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
The main, we'll call it mechanic for lack of a better word at this point, lower the actual gas tank. Once the gas tank was down on the ground, we then siphoned all of the gas from the tank to get an approximate measurement of or to get an exact measurement of how much was left in the tank.
So when you say siphon the gas out of that tank, essentially was it poured into Some sort of bucket?
I believe we used tubing and a siphon to pull it out.
At that point, then, were you able to determine how much gas had been left in that tank at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall how much gas?
I would like to double check my report to give you the exact number.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
May you review his report?
You may.
It was 4 gallons and 47 ounces.
And to your knowledge, was that process also photographed by CST Vance?
Yes, he took photographs of the fuel ones that had been taken out and I believe the empty fuel tank.
And that was something you observed him doing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you first what's marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 143?
It is a manila envelope containing what I believe to be soil samples collected from the underside of the maroon Impala.
And the State's Exhibit 143 appears to be the same soil samples you observed CST Vance collect from the undercarriage of the maroon Impala on July 20th, 2023, and then place into this envelope.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 143 into evidence.
I object. Exhibit 143 will be admitted.
Handing you next State's Exhibits 18-1. Through 18-6. I'm also going to hand you the State's Exhibits 19-1 through 19-13. So starting with State's Exhibits 18-1 through 18-6, did you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are photos that I took of the maroon Impala and the soil on the underside of the car.
In State's Exhibits 19-1 through 19-13, did you recognize the items in those photographs as well?
Yes.
And what's being depicted in those photographs?
The same vehicle, the fuel from the tank, the debris or the soil on the bottom of the car, and the empty gas tank.
And in both 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the soil and dirt on the undercarriage observed by yourself on July 20th, 2020, as well as on the gas that would have been removed and siphoned into on the collar bucket on July 20th, 2020?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
I have one more to ask you about. This is State's Exhibit 18-7. Do you recognize that item as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 18-7?
This is another photo of the underside of the vehicle that was taken with my department issued cell phone.
And again, does this fairly and accurately depict that soil on the undercarriage of the Impala on July 20th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
We also move to admit 18-7 into evidence.
Exhibit 18-7 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Starting here with State's Exhibit 18-1. What's being shown here?
The rear license plate and a partial angle of the underside of that maroon Impala.
Showing you 18-2.
That is an overall the underside of that same maroon Impala.
This is 18-4. What's being shown here?
The underside of the maroon Impala.
This is State's Exhibit 18-5. Again, what's being shown here?
The underside of the maroon Impala.
Then 18-6.
Again, the underside of the maroon Impala.
And specifically, what were you trying to capture when you were taking these photographs of the undercarriage?
The dirt and grass stuck in the what appears to be metal of the underside of the vehicle.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 19-5. What's being shown here?
That is another section of the soil and grass on the underside of the vehicle captured by CST Vance's camera.
19-6.
A different spot on the undercarriage, but the same as 19.5 was.
19-7.
The same as the previous two.
More soil and dirt and grass.
Yes, more soil and dirt and grass.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 19-10. What are we looking at here?
That was the first bucket used, filled up to 128 ounces of fuel from the tank that was dropped from the Impala.
And then this is State's Exhibit 19-11. What's being shown here?
A bucket with approximately 47 ounces of fuel left in it.
This is State's Exhibit 19-12. What is being shown here?
This is the empty gas tank that was dropped off of the maroon Impala after having the fuel siphoned out, as well as the two green buckets that the fuel was then dumped into out of the measuring bucket.
After the gas tank was removed from this vehicle, was the Impala lowered to the ground?
After the fuel tank was then replaced, yes.
So you replaced the fuel tank and then it was lowered to the ground?
Yes.
Did you stay then with the Impala and observe any further processing of that vehicle at the time?
Yes, I then escorted the Impala back to the secured facility it had been in earlier that day.
After that vehicle, the Impala was lowered back to the ground, is that when CST Fritz would have then attempted to locate any latent fingerprints on the vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also present then when she would have photographed the vehicle and made any observations at that time, during that? Showing you then what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 4-3. Do you observe any dirt on this portion of the vehicle that's being shown?
Appears to be some on the rear lower quarter panel.
And would you agree this is the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 4-4. Again, do you observe any dirt or mud in, again, on the passenger side of the vehicle in this photograph?
Road dust and the like, but no major spots.
Then on State's Exhibit 4-5, again, fair to say this is the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Does there appear to be less mud or dirt on the driver's side of this vehicle than on the passenger side that we previously just looked at?
Yes.
So Detective Gardner, your other involvement in this investigation, fair to say that you would have retrieved a lot of surveillance video?
Yes.
Any other involvement then after that, essentially?
As far as entering electronic evidence and things like that, yes. Followed up on a few tips, yes.
Did any of the tips you followed up on turn out to be related at all to this case?
No.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, I want to start with talking about July 10th of 2020. I think you had mentioned you had gone to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, right? And that's where you spoke with Aisha Langford, and you took these pictures of her phone, right?
Yes.
Now, these text messages that we saw in this phone call log, you took those pictures, and then those are the exhibits that we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Okay. You could tell me whether there were any text messages deleted or any phone calls deleted from that phone call log, could you?
No.
Okay. And then I want to focus on July 20th on 2020 when you're transporting this Impala back and forth. Just so I understand, where was the Impala before you had brought it over to this place where it was observed? From
Where it was stored, you mean?
From where to where?
That at the time was the fire department training center in a secured garage.
Okay, where is the fire department training center?
It is no longer there. It was on West 83rd by where Wacky Waters used to be.
Okay, is it full of gravel and dirt and mud?
No.
Okay.
It was a concrete poured floor with metal walls
And how was it transported there, if you know?
on a flatbed.
Okay, did you observe
Tow
it
truck.
being transported to,
I would have to refer to my reports on that one to verify.
just from your memory, do you remember being transported to that place prior to you transporting it or watching it being transported to the next place?
Yes, it was transported on a flatbed. Our policy is that we do not use a tow behind tow truck. We want the vehicle up off of the road so there is no road dust that kicks up from the tires onto the undercarriage.
Is it covered in any sort of tarp or anything when it's being transported?
No.
Okay. And then your involvement with photographed the dirt on the undercarriage and then collected it and put it into a bag, or somebody else had collected it and put it into a bag?
Yes, it was collected by CST Vance and I was personally there through the entire process.
And then you took those photographs we just looked at, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any involvement with testing or comparing that dirt, did you?
No.
Okay. And then I think you testified that you took some pictures of this gasoline that we just looked at, right?
I did not take the photograph. CST Vance did.
When you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And you watched him take these photographs?
Yes.
And you personally observed the amount of gas that was in those two containers we just saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was on July 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Sometime in the afternoon?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I don't mean July 10th of 2020, right?
Yes.
I mean, if this car is just being transported by flatbed, it's not being driven, right?
Correct.
Are you aware whether anybody turned the ignition on of that Impala between July 10th of 2020 and July 20th of 2020? After the car was seized?
To my knowledge, no, but I was also not there when others processed the interior of the car, so I cannot speak to their actions.
To your knowledge, as of right now, there's been no more gasoline put in that Impala, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then since this car had not been driven, from your knowledge, from July 10th of 2020, are you aware, or rather, you're not aware when the last time that car was fueled, are you?
No.
Okay. You couldn't tell me then, since you can't tell me when the last time that car was fueled, you couldn't tell me how much fuel was put in it the last time it was fueled.
No,
And you couldn't tell me a date when the last time it was fueled at all, could you?
no.
Then lastly, I think you said you went to Danita Gardner's home, and that's when you collected the clothes of Raja Terrell's?
Yes,
Okay, but that was prior to July 20th of 2020, right?
correct. That was on July 10th.
Okay. And that would have been after you talked with Aisha Langford, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Simply all you did was gather those clothes. And what I'm getting at here is you didn't take those clothes and test them for DNA, did you?
No,
Okay. Other than just transporting the clothes to, I think it was a special agent you gave it to. Who was that?
crime scene tech Stovall.
You haven't seen those clothes since, have you?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garner, on July 20th of 2020, when the vehicle, the Impala, was being towed to the Public Works building, do you recall what the weather conditions were like that day?
I believe it was sunny and dry. There was no rain.
Do you recall if it was particularly windy or?
Report. If I was to refer to that, I can tell you for sure.
Would referring to your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
May he refer to his report?
He may. I did not make a note of the wind in my report, but it was sunny skies and 82 degrees was the high that day.
Now, you were asked about the photographs taken of Aisha Langford's phone. From looking at that call log, you testified you're unable to determine whether anything had been deleted. Fair?
Correct.
However, to your knowledge, did Aisha Langford then consent to having a full download down of her phone?
Yes.
And typically, would a full Celebrite download potentially show whether call logs had been deleted?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters.
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI agent Richard Fenner to the stand.
Okay, let me see if I can determine how long this next witness is gonna be up. Let's see. To 6:01, and we at 5:24. I'll go 4 hours. Okay. How about y'all in the chat? Y'all want to listen to the next witness, or you want to start up tomorrow? Y'all let me know, panel. Chat.
I'm good.
Oh, I know you. I know you. It's kind of interesting to me, I must say.
It's gonna get really good after this next week.
We know you're ahead of us.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, after this next guy, that's when they gonna call the little boy up.
Oh wow, really? Okay. Cool.
Okay, so let's establish what we're doing, what that was about.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so whenever you're collecting evidence like this, there has to be two people there.
Mm-hmm.
One to testify that nobody has touched this car, that this car has not been driven, it's been taken over.
Because I noticed he asked about the flatbed, it being transported by flatbed and the gas. Because the thing about it is, when you tow a car, if it's not on flatbed, it was like the tow and the back of it is not. Mm-hmm. It's like hitting the ground. You can collect other stuff. So yeah.
That, and to establish that no one drove it and got all that mud all over it. So
right.
he was trying to get the man to say, well, I don't know if anybody else drove this or whatever. But right. They're picking out those dirt samples, which is very important to the case, because they have to place that vehicle at that park.
So did you, all this processing that we've been listening to, as far as what the young lady testified to, in the apartment and this with the car, is this like when she went missing? Like after she went missing?
This is okay. Yes, days at like the day he got arrested. They put all
Do we
these
know what
warrants.
day he literally got arrested? Because the crime I think happened on the 10th.
He was in jail that day.
Also, when he went to that interrogation, we saw he was arrested.
He never came out, and that particular day they asked for warrants for the car. So he was in jail. Remember, he was in jail for not registering a sex offender.
That's what they got him on initially. Yeah.
Yes. So he was in jail. So no one else. So they immediately went and got the warrants for all three of the vehicles.
Right.
Also, a warrant to search the house was also put in because this is the day. Yeah, if not the day after, it's maybe a day after that. But he's in jail, so nobody could do anything.
You know what?
Go ahead. You broke up.
They suspected him from gate, right? So when they realized they had something to arrest his ass on and keep him locked up, I bet they were happy as 3 cities in a phone booth.
Yeah. Not only is he going to be a suspect anyway because he's the last person to see her.
Right.
He's also a registered sex offender
with
a history of young children, not women, not older women. He has a history of young girls, very young girls. So of course he's going to be because when a child comes up missing, the first thing they do is they look at the sex registry. Let's see who's around there that this child favors towards what they like.
Right.
And they go question them. We had that in the last case with the Mexican girl that was strangled. They immediately started questioning people in the building. And sex offenders are on the top of the list.
Right.
When it comes to this. So he was automatic. But see that's what his lawyer is trying to do. Well, when did he become a suspect? Well, why did you single him out? Well, first off, he's a pervert and he's a sex offender.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't he?
And he was the last one seen with her.
Yeah, and he was the last person to be seen with her. And his story is not adding up, or is it consistent? It keeps changing.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't he be the number one suspect?
Right.
And you're right. They looked for every reason to lock his ass up that day so he couldn't go and change anything. I think they, because the first thing they're going to do is they're going to look at his car. Let's look at his car. Can't go in the car. Can't touch his car. But I can look under his car.
Mm-hmm.
I can do everything but open his car. I can look around it. I can even peek inside. I just can't physically open the door and look around.
Miss Ann, we would all like to know the answer to that, but we just don't know.
The only statement that she's made is that I didn't know him. I knew he was weird, but I didn't know him, I guess, meaning I didn't know any of this part of him.
Right.
But like I said, they could get on the ground, they can look underneath it because they're looking for that. They're like, well, there's a lot of dirt under here. I knew they wanted that car up on that lift immediately to get that dirt. Now, they didn't know what they would be comparing it to, but it was going to be very important that they had some physical evidence to basically pin him to a place is what they're looking at. And it's very strange that the inside of your car is immaculate, clean, but the bottom of your car is a wreck.
Mm-hmm.
And but they said he ran off the road.
Yeah, because somebody the guy had to
pull him out. Yeah,
pull him out, right?
Yeah, and it was in that particular area.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's listen to this last witness. I don't think he's gonna be on too long. And then tomorrow we're gonna start with hopefully the sun, I think, according to fun. So yeah, I can go 30 more minutes. All right, let's go, y'all.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
He brought his own paperwork with him.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Richard Fennard, Richard, last name F as in Frank, Enneren.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with the FBI,
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
14 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I have a criminal justice degree, associate's degree from the United States Air Force, and a bachelor's degree in accounting from Metropolitan State University in Minnesota.
When did you complete your formal education?
2006.
And then what did your career path look like before you joined the FBI?
Immediately prior to the FBI, I worked at a CPA firm and obtained my CPA license. Prior to that, I was an activated guardsman with the Minnesota Air National Guard.
Okay. How is it that you became employed with the FBI?
I applied after obtaining my CPA license and was subsequently hired in 2009.
Okay. Now, do you serve the FBI in some type of specialized capacity?
Yes, I'm a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, referred to as CAST.
Where are you stationed out of?
Currently, I'm out of Mexico City.
Define what you mean when you say that you're a part of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
The Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of FBI agents and task force officers that receive extensive training in cell phone technology and cell phone record analysis.
Okay. And what is it that you do with these cell phone records?
We assist in state, local, federal, and international investigations, focusing on the records that are generated by the use of a phone to assist the investigation.
Okay. In what ways can cellular phone records assist in criminal investigations?
In criminal investigations, one type would be a fugitive. We would review cell phone records to locate an area of interest to search for those people and find them. Also, in a historical capacity, you'll have an event that'll occur, a robbery, a homicide, and we'll obtain records from people that are identified as suspects. We'll review those records and include or exclude people in investigations.
So describe the process of an historical cellular record analysis. How does that work?
Well, in a historical capacity, we usually get contacted by someone that says they have an event that occurred. We advise to obtain cell phone records from the cell phone company, which usually involves the process of getting a search warrant. We get those records back. We match those with cell tower lists from the phone companies and basically take Excel spreadsheets, put them into mapping software, and create visual depictions of what those records represent.
Okay. Describe the type of training that you've received in order to conduct historical cell site analysis.
My training began in, I'd say, 2011 with a course from the FBI. It's a 2 or 3 day course. From that, I obtained an interest in that and went through the certification process for CAST, which I completed in 2013. That training is about 300 hours of training with the engineers from the cell phone companies. So we bring Verizon engineers, T-Mobile, AT&T, at that time, I think Sprint and Cricket. So we learn how each company creates their networks, what records are created when a phone is used in their networks, and then what we can do with those records.
And then do you have continual training that you participate in to keep up with any changes in technology?
Yes, at least yearly, we have another week of training where we bring in, again, the engineers and other companies that deal with location information for cell phones and obtain additional knowledge about any updates that are occurring.
Are you yourself involved in training other law enforcement officers in how to conduct historical cellular site analysis?
Yes, I've provided training throughout the U.S. as well as overseas, and I was also in charge of the FBI's CAST training program for approximately 5 years.
Okay. Help us understand the breadth of your experience. How often do you analyze call detail records?
Essentially daily for the last decade.
Okay. And when we talk about call detail records, what specifically does that mean?
Well, there's various forms of it. The most basic level is when a phone is being used, so you make or receive a call, there's records that are being created. So think of your cell phone bill. You'd see the numbers you're calling, the numbers that are calling you, how long that lasted. You'll see that on your bill. But additionally, when we get a warrant, we're able to see the cell tower identifiers for those records. So on the basic level, that gives us a tower and sectors that's used.
Okay.
Additionally, there's records that are created when you use a cell phone that are kind of referred to as engineering data, which allows us to have even more detailed information about that phone. Essentially, it can tell us how far the phone is actually located from the cell tower.
Now, when an individual cell phone tower.
Well, for a cell phone to operate, it needs to connect to the cell tower. So cell towers are strategically placed throughout our environment from the cell phone companies to provide seamless coverage. So in order for your phone to work to make a call, it's scanning, looking for the cell tower from its company, and it's looking for that strongest, clearest signal from that tower, and that's going to be the one that it connects to make a call.
If you could, give us a perspective of cell tower locations within the context of a metropolitan area.
Essentially, it comes down to where there's more people located, there are more cell towers. So in a dense populated environment, you can have cell towers that are blocks apart. So they have a smaller footprint. So there's a smaller area a phone would be. Versus you can go to a rural area and you can see cell phones that are much farther apart, 5+ miles.
In a metropolitan area where you have cell towers that are in close proximity to one another, then if a cellular device is being used, can it then feed off more than one tower?
Yes, essentially a phone is designed to see more than one tower at a time.
Okay, and how would that work then?
Well, as your phone is on, it's constantly scanning and communicating with the network. And in that environment, it's not necessarily the strongest, clearest signal. It's just essentially a feeling of where the phone is. It's then once you make that call, that's that strongest, clearest signal that it's going to connect to. But there's other towers that are also seeing that phone at the same time.
Okay. Have you had a chance to validate the location of a phone after an event has occurred?
Yes.
Explain how that would work.
Well, in multiple capacities. One, I've worked a lot of missing persons cases. So we would obtain records from a missing individual. The last time the phone was used was yesterday, so it's historical. We'll go and look in that area and find the individual, unfortunately, many times deceased in those scenarios.
Okay.
Also,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also in a case like this, we utilize those historical records to go to areas to search for surveillance video or other evidence that can show where an individual was. So we do that to put together a timeline in criminal investigations.
Okay. Are timelines really critical in criminal investigations? For example, in a situation where there has been a child reported to be missing?
Absolutely critical,
Okay.
Yes.
And why is it important to establish a timeline?
Because it allows you to focus your investigation where you need to. So it's always about what you know in search of what you don't know. So it's so important to find out what you know before you can find out what you don't know.
Absolutely. Now, then let's just go back to an earlier statement that you had made. If you are able to locate a cell phone as having pinged off a particular cell tower, then does that identify an area where law enforcement would want to focus their efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And then once that location has been identified for law enforcement to focus their efforts, is that where they then go through the process of looking for any type of video surveillance footage that may help to develop a timeline and establish what was going on during that period of time?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you participate in the investigation being conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a report of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
How did you initially become involved in that investigation?
Initially, I believe beginning on July 10th, there was FBI agents were in contact with Davenport Police, and questions started to develop over some cell phone records that they obtained for Mr. Henry Dinkins. And they subsequently called me for questions, and that kind of slowly began my involvement before I physically came to Davenport.
Okay. At the time that you became involved in the investigation, were you aware that Henry Dinkins had been identified as the last known individual to be present with Breasia before she was reported missing?
Yes.
All right. By virtue of that, then, did that make him a subject of interest?
Yes, always the last person that's with somebody is where you're going to start with, especially with the record analysis, and you're going to continue to work your way out from that.
Okay. Being a subject of interest, then, did his cell phone then also become an item of evidence that was of interest?
The physical device, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in doing a cellular record analysis of Henry Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, of the records associated with that cell phone.
All right. Now, during the initial stage of the investigation, is that what you were primarily tasked with?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did your duties in this investigation evolve?
Yes.
And how did your duties with this investigation evolve?
Well, once I came to Davenport and came to the command post, started focusing my efforts on the assisting with the overall investigation of putting the timeline together, analyzing additional records of other people that we came into focus of the investigation.
Okay. With respect to those additional responsibilities, had there been a search warrant issued for the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
For the cell phone records, yes.
I'm sorry, yes, the cell phone records of Henry Dinkins. And then did you have the ability to conduct a review of those cell phone records?
Yes.
Who is the service provider for his phone?
Verizon.
And so would the search warrant have gone to Verizon?
Yes, it would.
Okay. When those records then were supplied by Verizon, what types of information was contained within those records?
The normal historical records we see of the calls and text messages that were completed, as well as the engineering data that had some distance from tower association and some data records.
Okay. And that engineering data, would it give us an idea of where that cell phone was located at during times of interest.
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, did you go through and look at the call logs to see what type of activity there was relative to incoming calls and outgoing calls?
Yes, that was part of the analysis.
Okay. Would that have included incoming and outgoing calls during the time frame of July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And then speaking in relation to that, were you aware then at 12 o'clock p.m. on June 10th, he would have presented himself to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, if there was any contact with any individuals prior to that time frame where there could be some type of contact through incoming calls or outgoing calls, was that something that you looked at?
Yes.
Did that form the basis then for other individual cell phones, and I should say the cell phone records of other individuals who had had contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Beyond that, then, were there text messages that was a part of the documentation provided by Verizon?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you would have reviewed as well?
I've seen them. I don't review those as much as those don't actually for Verizon have cell tower locations with them. So I focused more on the call side of it, but that was part of the overall records we obtained.
Okay. Now speak to this issue. When you had identified various numbers that he had had contact with, either through incoming calls or outgoing calls, what was it that you were interested in determining about those individual cell phones?
Well, at that case, you obviously want to interview those individuals to see what they say. And we obtained cell phone records then essentially to corroborate interviews. So it allows us to kind of fact check where people say they were at various times. We can look at those records and see if it's consistent or not.
Okay. Was Aisha Langford an individual that was interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Was Andrea Culberson an individual that had been interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I think it's clear, but for purposes of our record, what relationship did Aisha Langford have to Breasia Terrell?
She is her mother.
What relationship did Andrea Culberson have to any of the involved parties?
She was was or is the significant other of Mr. Dinkins and was also, I believe, rented the apartment where this began.
All right. And then outside those two individuals, was law enforcement interested in associates or family members of Dinkins that they would want to be able to interview and look at their cellular records to identify where their cell phone had been during times that were of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 144. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's remarked as State's Exhibit 144 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
These are the names and some of the records that I analyzed in this case.
Okay. How is this document captioned?
It's captions parties of interest and associated telephone numbers.
And then does it give us a listing of the names for individuals that you would have analyzed their cell phone records?
Yes.
And does it also give the numbers associated, the telephone numbers, I should say, associated with the cellular devices of each of those individuals?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 144.
Okay. Exhibit 144 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Special Agent Fennerin, for purposes of our written record, let's go through and let's identify what we have. And let me just get that document set up correctly there. And I'm going to grab my glasses. All right. As for parties of interest and associated telephone numbers, how many people do we have on this list?
We have 7.
Who's the first one?
The first is Henry Dinkins.
What is the telephone number that is associated with the cellular device that you would have done an analysis of?
563-726-4078.
Who's the second individual?
Aisha Langford.
What is her associated telephone number?
563-676-4247.
Who is our third subject?
Andrea Culberson.
What is her associated telephone number?
563-639-8716.
Who is the fourth individual on that list?
Nita McQuay.
What involvement or relationship does Nita McQuay share with any of the involved individuals?
It's my understanding she is Mr. Dinkins' sister.
What is her telephone number?
563-484-6834.
Who is the fifth individual on that list?
Helen Mosley.
What relationship does she have to any of the parties?
Mr. Dinkins' mother.
What is the telephone number that was associated with her?
563-459-7791.
Who is the sixth individual on that list?
Fornell Lang.
What is the associated telephone number for Mr. Lang?
An associate of Mr. Dinkins. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
563-200-3015.
And what relationship does Fornell Lang have to any of the parties?
an associate of Mr. Dinkins.
And finally, who is the seventh individual that was listed on this exhibit
Genesis Johnson,
with a telephone number of?
312-597-5484.
With that being said, explain to us why there would be an interest in Nita McQuay or Helen Mosley.
Based on telephone calls that happened during the time of interest.
Okay. Why was there an interest in Fornell Lang?
Again, communication with Mr. Dinkins as well as a result of interviews.
Okay. And then why was there an interest in Genesis Johnson?
Same reason, calls and results of interviews.
All right. Now, did you generate a report of your cellular analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel it's been marked as State's Exhibit 62. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 62 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
This is the final cellular analysis report I created for this case.
Okay. Whose cell phone is this report attached to?
Mr. Dinkins.
And is that telephone number listed on State's Exhibit number 62?
Yes, it is.
And if you could read that into the record and identify the service provider for that.
Yes, it's 563-726-4078, and it's a Verizon phone.
And what date was this a final, well, I guess, well, okay, let me go ahead and move on. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 62.
Exhibit 62 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, may the state introduce State's Exhibit number 62 into the record, or publish it, I should say.
You may.
All right. All right, Special Agent Fennerin, if you could walk us through this exhibit and explain to us then what you were able to determine by virtue of your analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone records. First of all, what were the dates that we were looking at?
July 9th and July 10th, 2020.
Why were we interested in July 9th?
That is when Breasia first came in contact with Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then July 10th, just to state the obvious, why was law enforcement interested in the date of July 10th?
That's when we no longer knew where Breasia was.
Okay, all right. What do we have here as an opener?
This is just a cover sheet. It obviously lists my name and the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I was assigned to the FBI Criminal Investigative Division at the time. The case number is listed as 7C-OM-329-0265, which is our FBI case number associated with this. Subsequently, we have the number of Mr. Dinkins, 563-726-4078, and May 12, 2022, which is when this final draft was created.
Certainly. Now, your FBI number, is that distinctly different than from what the Davenport Police Department would assign to their reports as an investigative number?
Yes.
Okay. Does each agency have their own investigative number?
Yes.
All right. Explain to us what we have on page.
Provide with the report. It says we were requested, or I was requested by the Davenport Police to analyze the cell phone records for the target number in relation to Breasia Terrell missing on July 10th, 2020. Methodology talks about we obtained the cell phone records from the cell phone company. We matched those with the cell tower locations provided by the company at the time the event happened, and we merged those together to provide the visual depictions that we'll see in subsequent pages.
Page 3 of your report.
Page 3 is just showing an overview kind of cell tower examples. So the point of this is to understand that cell towers are all around us. So we may not identify them clearly as cell towers, but they are. In this case, the top left of the screen might be what we traditionally think of a cell tower, a large pole with the antennas on it. That is what most of the cell towers in this case look like. They're much of the larger towers.
Page 4.
Page 4 is now getting into understanding how cell towers operate and how they look. So this, if you see the top left cartoon illustration, is showing kind of that traditional cell tower. Now the circle, if you look down, you see a triangle. That's like if you look down onto a cell tower. So essentially that tower location is divided into 3 different sectors, each of them being approximately 120 degrees. So 360 degrees in a circle, cut it in thirds, and we have a 120-degree sector. So a way to think of this is if I was standing on the cell tower with a spotlight. I'm going to spotlight that in the sector 1 at 0 degrees. So that's where my spotlight's focused. That's going to be where the antenna is focused for the cell phone signal. It's going to fan out left and right to provide approximately 120-degree of coverage, just like a light would do.
Okay, and then when a cell phone is hitting off of a particular cell tower, does the location of that cell phone dictate where it's going to fall in either sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3?
Yes, that's going to be captured in the records.
Okay. Will that be illustrated as we go through this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Page 5. Explain to us what is on page 5.
Page 5 is now just taking this a little step further, removing kind of the other illustrations. So this is showing you those same left and right limits in the right arms. Those are approximate. And then you see a shaded area in that. That's just depicting the area of the coverage. Each tower has its own coverage, so we would need to look at the other towers in that area to see how far the coverage would be.
Say, for example, a cell phone is hitting off of this tower, and it's in sector 1. Any type of indication of that, if you were to apply it to an aerial map, will it show these arms that we're seeing going off to the left or the right as the coverage area for that sector?
You mean in the depictions that I have?
Yes.
Yes, you'll see that.
Okay. Going to page number 6. What do we have in page number 6?
This will be kind of describing what you just referred to. This is how you'll actually see it when we look on a map. You'll have the left and right arms, and then you'll see the coverage is going in the direction of that shaded area.
And like, for example, here, if we were to think of sector 2 and sector 3 as being below, what would be the point of that V? The portion that's that arced circle, would that illustrate the area where the cell phone was sitting off?
Yes.
Going to page 7. What do we have in page 7?
Page 7 is now getting into the engineering data I referred to. This is commonly referred to as timing advance through all the companies, although each company has their own name for it. With Verizon, it's referred to as the real-time tool, or RTT. But essentially, this is the information that happens in the background where the cell tower is communicating with the phone and measuring how long it takes the signal to go from the tower to the phone and back. And from that, as you see in this illustration, we'll get a distance in the records. This dotted line represents the distance of what we get back from the phone company. And then you'll see a shaded area on each side of that, which represents then, based on that distance, where we'd expect to find the phone.
Okay, now I want to direct your attention to the blue arrow that's shooting toward the top of the page, and then the blue arrow that's shooting back toward what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower. Take that back to what you described in terms of being able to determine distance of that cell phone from that tower.
So those blue arrows are essentially illustrating the signal going out and the signal coming back. So from that, there's going to be a time that you get with the records. Now, we know a rate for that signal. So when we know the rate and we know how long it took, we can combine those to calculate the distance of where the phone would be located.
Going to page 8. Explain page 8 and what you've got documented here.
Just a further illustration now of, you see the cell tower and sector. So if we didn't have the timing advance, we'd expect the phone somewhere to be from there to the next tower to the north. But when we have timing advance, you're going to see the arc on the screen as you do here, which means where that arc is going to be where that phone's going to be located.
Okay. So from that arc moving toward the, what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower, is it within that region?
It's going to be within the shaded area of the actual arc, if I can.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you've got, you know what, oh, no, it's not showing up there, but we do have one of these pointers that you can help us understand.
So essentially, when we're looking at this illustration, the phone's going to be in this shaded area up here.
Gotcha. Page 9.
Page 9 is now getting into the analysis for this case.
All right. What date do we have set forth?
This is showing July 9th, 2020.
Okay. And what is the time frame that we're talking about?
12:56 a.m. to 11:05 a.m.
If we take the time frame of 11:05 a.m., what does that correlate with relative to the investigation and Henry Dinkins and his initial contact with the children?
This is my understanding, sometime between 11 a.m. and noon was the time that Breasia and her brother became in Mr. Dinkins' custody.
Okay. Now, up to the top portion of that, I'm going to call picture, there appears to be a legend. Can you explain that legend to us?
Yes, on the top left, you see a red circle, and then it says Verizon cell towers. You're going to see that on every page that we have on here. That's going to represent where Verizon cell towers are located.
So anytime you see a red dot on any of these particular pages of this exhibit, that would represent a cell phone tower?
Correct.
Okay, and then the next entry on that legend, what is that?
That's now you're going to see a red tag. That's identifying the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, which is the residence of Mr. Dinkins and Andrea Culberson.
Okay, so between midnight going into the morning of July 9th to 11:05, generally, where is that cell phone located at?
So what this is showing is the phone would be consistent with being at that residence. And what that means essentially, the phone could be located anywhere along that arc that we see. We see the two distances during this time frame. So it could be anywhere along that when you take it by itself.
Okay.
Again, when you apply it with knowing a known address, that information is consistent with the phone being located there.
Can you show us then too on page 9 where 2744 East 53rd would be represented?
It is represented down here at the bottom right of the page with the red icon.
Now, as we go through this next series of pages, I note that there is a box. It's got the coloring of red at the top, and then below it white, and then there are several entries. Can you help us understand the nature of those entries?
Yes, here where it says ENB, it's represented by eNode B, which is just another way to say the cell tower. So that's the identifier for the cell tower and sector. And then you're going to have the date listed in there, and then the time of specific events. Or in this case, it's showing just a series of events from a block of time. So it just says 12:56 a.m. to 11:05:22 a.m. with the distances 1.26 miles to 1.31 miles.
Okay, and since you just got that range of times there, does that suggest that that cell phone is hitting off that tower within that entire window of time?
It means there's various times within there that it's hitting. I don't have the exact one spelled out, but it means there's no other activity showing the phone anywhere else.
I would be fine with that if that is convenient. At this time, we'll take our mid-afternoon break. We will reconvene at 3:10. Thank you.
Hey, True. True.
Huh?
This will be a good time to stop because the little boy comes on, but only the state is questioning him. Then they break for the day, and then they come back day 3 and continue with the little boy with dickhead questioning.
Wait a minute. So this is hold on. So this is day 2 that they just ended with a break.
And then when they come back on off a break, that's when the little boy is going to come up. But they're not going to show the little boy at all.
Yeah, but are they fit? So that was the prosecution questioning that guy. So is he gonna be if he?
It looked like there was more for him because he was showing more data.
So the little boy comes up after him, right, Fawn?
Right.
All right. So tomorrow we'll start with his the rest of his testimony, and then we'll get into the little boy. Okay. All right, but we're gonna
I
get
didn't
it right
know
here.
the other guy was coming back up because if he does, he doesn't come up for long.
Yeah, he has to come back up because they're not finished with his testimony. He hasn't been cross-examined. So
But
maybe it's just not for
after
long.
him is that little boy.
Okay, great. All right, so go ahead.
Yeah, because after the little boy, then the mother comes up.
All right.
Then the Adrian chick, the girlfriend at the time.
Okay, great. Well, we're gonna end it right here. It's been 4 hours. Thank y'all so much for sticking in there. I appreciate you, Fun, the true money boy. I appreciate y'all so much. We will be back tomorrow morning with starting where we left off. Thanks to everyone in the chat that stayed and participated. I honestly appreciate you all.
I promise y'all, tomorrow's gonna be a dinger.
Oh, I can't wait. And I don't watch this y'all in advance. I always wait to watch it with y'all. So
Yeah, we don't cheat. We don't cheat.
It ain't cheating. You know, Fun. We'll go get you. Keep on.
I ain't thinking about here, but I ain't trying to throw Truth under the bus or nothing like that. But I'm staying ahead of this because I'm gonna see it out all the way to the end.
I got you. Is that shade towards me?
No, ma'am.
I believe so. I believe I'm gonna say that shade.
Whatever, True.
What he say? He gonna do what? I went out.
But I believe that was shade. I really do.
Okay, great. I thought
I'm gonna ask that if Sweet Berry comes back, that she's not as aggressive as she was today.
You might
Well,
well get
you
over it. 'Cause-
determined that you're the one that's the aggressive one.
Yeah, I
sir.
think we did. I think we did this morning. I mean, really be true.
Okay.
All right, but anyway, I appreciate y'all. I do. Uh, it seems like every time I try to close out, my globe just pops. Did you? I meant to tell you something this morning that I did order that thing you told me to order, but I haven't gotten it yet. But I can't wait because I'm just.
Oh, okay. All right.
But there's one thing I do want to say.
Uh-oh.
I just feel like they should have removed old boy when that little boy came in to testify.
Do you think he kind of intimidated him?
Yes.
Just by his presence, right?
They
Yeah, I
usually
think-
stand in front of him so the
I
boy
think-
can't look at him.
Yeah, I think his testimony would have went differently if that man was not in that room where that little boy could look at him.
So without telling too much. Sorry, I went out. Without telling too much, do you think his testimony hurt or helped the state's case?
Oh man,
I believe they're gonna pick that kid apart.
Dickhead.
Yeah, Dickhead's gonna pick that kid apart.
Yeah, and
Well, the reason they can't remove him is because it becomes a appeal subject, meaning you removed him because, and then you give the boy a reason to believe that his father is guilty, and you're. It'd be different in a jury trial, but this is a trial by judge. But still, you still give the appearance of you're removing him because he's guilty.
I only said that because he's still young. He's only 3 years older.
But this is the thing, though, Fawn. You also have to know as rule of law, a defendant is always supposed to be able to confront the accuser, meaning not confront, but like as far as court is concerned, that's why all witnesses have to be cross-examined. And it's like he's being accused by this young boy, so he has the right to be in the courtroom when he gives his testimony.
I get it, but I feel like minor children.
It should be different rules. Yeah,
They should. When it comes to minors, they could actually request a video testimony, meaning that he's in another room, he can't see anyone, and if they do the video conference kind of thing, they have to address who's speaking to them, And but there's no just like it is in certain sexual assault cases, they try not, sometimes they don't have the woman in there depending on how bad it was. They could do a video thing and they could cross-examine her, but they don't have to put her in the presence of the accused. Sometimes they object and say, yeah, it's not right. You're tainting the
y'all see
jury.
what I'm talking about tomorrow.
But they always have to be cross-examined.
Yeah, I just, child.
Yeah, it's a lot when it comes to babies, but
that's what I'm saying. When it comes to kids, I think it should be different rules and regulations when it comes to
there is, and a lot of times they will protect them. Now, for like really, really young kids, there's totally different rules. They will take a video testimony or a video interview rather than have them in court, because sometimes the cross-examination is too much for them.
Now tomorrow, I may be a little aggressive on this case, so I'll let you know that in advance, sir.
I may be calling in sick tomorrow.
Hold on, let me see. Probably nobody. Okay, let me get out here, y'all. I appreciate all y'all. Shout out to the True Clippers for joining me, sticking out these 4 hours. It was a good live for me. Hopefully for everybody else. The True Fun. Thank y'all so much. We're gonna get out of here. I went out. I don't know how much of that. I said thank you, Fun and the True, for participating on the panel. Trey's fired. And yeah, I'm gonna get out of here so I can come back later. I love y'all. The Truth. Still no word on when you gonna do your part two.
Well, this new thing came up.
Yeah. So the Truth and I are doing a live on tomorrow night, y'all. Hopefully 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So we do know that. But I don't know what time. I don't know when he's gonna do part two. He's a slacker.
Part two of his aggressive commentary.
I must really be aggressive if that's coming from you.
Yeah, I'll be back today, Miss Ann. I got to talk some more about Jamie Holiday and Sharonica and things of that nature. I gotta start. I gotta keep to my guns. When I start something, I have to finish it, and that's one bad habit that I have. I'll start something and I can fun fuss at me so bad.
I was shade.
Yeah, she fussed at me so bad that I made a vow to myself.
I was clearing my throat, sir.
Aggressively.
Damn. With that being said, listen, it's 2:10 where I am. Y'all have a beautiful day. Hopefully, I got most of y'all through your work day. I appreciate it. Thank you, E. Brooks. As usual, with my moms drop links during the outro. And I'll see y'all later on tonight. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. And I love y'all, and I appreciate y'all supporting this content. I really do. And thank you again, Fawn and the Truth. Y'all make it well worth it. Okay. All right. So that being said, y'all, we're gonna get out of here. Y'all be good, okay?
Peace out.
I cut off. But anyway, y'all be good. I love y'all. All right. Bye bye.
Says my regular, I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. Oh, way better. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. Oh, way better. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. I